Senate Judiciary is now in session. Senator McConkey, welcome to Judiciary. And if you'd like to introduce. If everyone could be quiet in the room, please. If everyone could just stop talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Gann and members of Judiciary.
Senator, can you just give us one moment?
Senate Judiciary is now in session. If everyone could stop talking, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Senator McConkey, welcome to Judiciary. And go ahead to introduce your bill. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Mark McConkey.
If everyone could stop talking again and close the door. Thank you.
We can't actually hear the witness providing testimony, so it's if everyone keeps talking, we're probably gonna be here late anyway, but we'll be much later. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McConkey. Go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Mark McConkey. I represent the good people of District 3, and I hail from the town of Freedom. I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 266 FN. Bill further specifies requirements for the reinstatement of a youth operator's license, and to my understanding, that's someone under 18 years of age. The subject matter's a little different for myself. I somehow made it through my youth without encountering this issue. But I understand and drive the highways every day and fully understand the merit of this issue and getting people to where they need to be. The legislation amends RSA 26314 3B, and it defines, changes the offenses for first, second, and third violations for youth. So the first will be a minimum as opposed to 20 days. A second offense would be a minimum of 45 days. And the third offense, a minimum of 90 days and not more than 180 days. There's language in here that talks about convictions, violations in excess of 30 miles an hour, which of course is worrisome. And I guess I'm here to not only present, but try and answer any questions you might have on the legislation.
Thank you, Senator. Does anyone have any questions for the good Senator? Okay, sounds good. Thank you. All set, Terrell? Thank you, Terrell. Okay, Senator, thank you very much.
Happy to appear anytime with this reception. Thank you.
Sounds good. We're always easy. Does anyone else wish to testify on 266 who didn't sign in? Seeing none, we'll adjourn the hearing. If everyone could be quiet, we're going to call the meeting to order. It is hearing number SB 268, permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances. The Honorable Kevin Avard, Senator from Nashua, is here to present the bill. Good afternoon, Senator.
Thank you, Senator and committee members. For the record, I am Senator Kevin Avard from District 12, and I am the prime sponsor on this, along with Senator Lang as a co-sponsor. And we have two similar bills, this one and, of course, SB 38, but we're talking about this one right now. Little background, during the campaign season, reaching out to my constituents, knocking on doors, there were a number of issues. One, of course, was the board security. It was a huge issue. But another issue was the fact that there are individuals that were really concerned about their daughters playing sports with others that were not female. They were concerned about the safety of their daughters while they were playing sports. They were concerned about males, biological males entering into locker rooms and having that type of access in the locker rooms. Not too long ago, we saw a Supreme Court justice being grilled on a number of issues before she was sworn in, Ketanji Jackson. And there was an individual, one of the senators, asked her if she could define what a woman was. Her answer was, well, I'm not a biologist. I can't do that. And like all the earthquakes that we're seeing down in the Caribbean right now, that, to me, sent shockwaves through our country because we have a Supreme Court justice that can't define what a woman is. When I go to the gym, and before I enter into the locker room, there's a sign that says female entering into the men's room. If I walk by the women's locker room, it says male entering into a woman's, could be working in the woman's locker room. So the first question is, if we can't define what a woman is, what the hell do you mean? It's confusion. And with this confusion, basically, in my humble opinion, it destabilizes our country. And this destabilization and this confusion causes people to be feeling unsafe. They don't know what to say, how to act without being called a bigot, a racist, homophobic, or whatever, transphobic. And from time in millennia, we have known what a woman was. At least biblically, we've understood that a man and a woman were biologically different. Millennia. And for hundreds of years, we've known that these are facts. And within those millennia, we have seen cults pop up, whether it was Balaam, whether it was Ishtar, or other type of religions which said you can be both. But they've come and gone, they've come and gone, they've come and gone. And right now, we're suffering as a nation. What used to be the norms in our society has now been basically destabilized by saying, well, we really don't know. So should the gym say, well, I'm non-binary, or there's a non-binary person or a gender fluid individual in the locker room? That's just adds confusion. This bill adds a little bit of the norms that we've been used to since the creation of this country, and basically for millennia. And in essence, this bill permits the classification of individuals based on biological sex in laboratory facilities, in locker rooms, in sporting competitions, and detention facilities. And you'll see on the second page in the bold letters, I'd like to read it to you if I could for the public benefit. Line 19, it says that the general court also finds that notwithstanding New Hampshire's fundamental commitment to treat all persons without discrimination and with equal dignity and respect, which commitment the legislature fully accepts and strongly endorses there are certain limited circumstances in which the classification of persons based on biological sex is proper because such classification serves the compelling state interest of protecting the privacy rights, the physical safety, in such persons and others. The legislature finds also that permitting the classifications of persons based on biological sex serves this compelling state interest in 3 circumstances described. Page 2, line 3, in the construction, maintenance, operation, and the use of laboratories, for some that don't know what a laboratory is a bathroom, laboratory facilities or locker rooms designed for usage by multiple persons at the same time, even if such facilities have individual urinals, stalls, and similar apparatus. Secondly, the athletic or sporting events or competitions in sports or similar activities in which physical strength, speed, endurance is generally recognized to give an advantage to a biological males. Thirdly, in the operation, maintenance, and the use of facilities designed for usage as prison houses or correction, juvenile detention, or commitment centers, mental health hospitals or treatment centers, and like facilities which persons may be committed involuntarily. That's basically the essence of this bill. I've also learned that when people walk in the halls, some of my Democratic friends who've come up to me and whispered in my ear. They didn't talk plainly, they whispered in my ear. Thank you for bringing this. Why? Because bullying goes on if you hold the traditional values of biological males, XY chromosome, biological females, 2 X's. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill in. I can't speak out loud on this bill because there is a bullying that does go on. If you disagree with the proponents that are with the people that are against this bill, you will be shouted down and you will be labeled a racist for holding the values that we were taught as children. When I grew up, I knew what a male and a female was. And those values were instilled in us. From Mr. Rogers, to the teachers, to the nuns, to the preachers, to guidance counselors as a kid. Now, all of a sudden, in today's culture, you're saying, well, you can't hold those views anymore because you have to agree with us. And you have to drop your values to take mine on because if you don't, you are going to be labeled a bigot. And my constituents are tired of it, and they don't want to be bullied anymore. They want to make sure that their daughters are safe when they play sports. My daughter played lacrosse. I've seen how rough the girls can get. I've also seen how rough the guys can get. And if you're a biological male playing lacrosse with these girls, I'm going to tell you what, the girls are going to get hurt. That doesn't mean girls aren't tough. We talked about wrestling. Girls are tough. But my constituents say they want this. And on their behalf, I'm bringing this forward. This basically mirrors HB 396 that we had in 2024. I don't want to complicate this. It shouldn't be complicated. People are tired of being bullied. They want their daughters and their boys safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions? Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Avard, for taking my question. So I think we had a very different experience because I'm not aware of any problem in my community of men walking into women's bathrooms or locker rooms. Is this something that happens in your community that needs addressing?
It's not only happened in my community, it's happened in New Ipswich, it's happened in Milford. I've seen it happen here at the Capitol. I've seen full-grown men, when fourth-grade girls are going into that bathroom right there, Senator, going into that bathroom with all these fourth-grade little girls in there. I have a problem with that.
Paul?
Yes, please. So, okay, I hear what you're saying. So is this bill meant to deter transgender women from using the women's bathroom right over there? Is
This
that,
bill is for biological, it is to point out that biological bathrooms, biological males will go into a biological male bathroom and vice versa for a woman. So if you're a biological male, you go into the men's room. If you're a biological female, you go into the ladies' room. It's not more complicated than that.
Can I follow up on that? Thank you. Let me follow up on what you just said there. What would enforcement look like of this bill?
I would leave that up to, I'd leave that up to whoever enforces it. I don't know. Right now, this right here sets the boundaries for that, and if it knowingly violate, then the state or the local municipalities will take charge in enforcing it. I have actually seen videos of fathers letting their daughters into bathrooms, standing outside and saying, wait a minute, and walk in and find out that there is a full-grown man in there washing his hands. Nobody else in the bathroom but that little girl and that man. How do you enforce that? Thank God that didn't happen to my daughter. I didn't force it.
Other questions, Senator?
Do you want to give me a moment? Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Avard, what happens in your scenario here of a male, born a biological male, has transitioned to a woman in their lifetime? What bathroom are they using?
Well, I take issue with the fact that you say they transitioned to a woman. I don't believe that that really happens. I believe right now, if I were to ask you, how do you determine somebody who is suffering from gender dysphoria and who is legitimately trans? How do you determine? You can't. You can't. You can't determine who's suffering from a mental illness and who is legitimately trans. Therefore, it adds to confusion, and the confusion basically destroys our society and the norms that we've so loved for centuries. We know that there are people who suffer from gender dysphoria. It's on the books. It is a mental illness. Who is categorized as a mental illness? How do you determine? How does society determine? You can't. There's no way. And in your question, it says, well, somebody has changed to a woman. So you agree with that. I don't. Now what? We have a philosophical difference on that particular issue. I need to have the same freedom that you have. But in the same time, I want to protect the innocence of our children.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
If I could follow up on that. I hear what you believe. And I believe that there are people who you may not understand what their life is, and I may not understand what their life is. But I was also raised Catholic and raised to embrace people as they are.
Mm-hmm.
And your comment about bullying, I'm worrying about a whole other category of people who are being bullied here. So why is it that a group of 424 legislators are capable of answering this question that you're posing about what you think is a biological male or a transitioned person, whether we believe that or not, or a biological female. What makes us qualified to even make that determination?
Well, I think hundreds of years of history, actually millennial of history, where it has been the norm across the globe. It has been the norm, and the norms are being disrupted, and because of that, it is causing fragmentations in our society. Yes, I was brought up Catholic. I became Baptist and Presbyterian. I love Jesus. Okay, a lot, and I'm commanded, and I believe with all my heart that I'm to love my neighbor as myself, including whether the person is a murderer, a thief, or whatever, without judgment, because of Romans chapter 1 in the Bible. Because that passage condemns every single soul at some point or another. We fall and we are sinners, or we fall short of the glory of God in some respects. So nobody has the right to point the finger to say, you're more evil than I am. I'm commanded to love, but I'm also commanded to refrain from the activities that are put into that. I am not here to judge anybody, despite what might be promoted. I'm here to say I want to protect those who have traditionally been women and male, and using the biology, the science, as the foundation and as the norm. So this bill basically says, my daughter doesn't want to play against a biological male. I'm kind of paraphrasing, obviously. And if I'm forced to, then she'll be able to have civil action. Easy as that. So what is that? And I'm just a layman. I'm not an attorney. I'm just a layman here. But what I'm seeing is a foundation that has kept this country and has been taken for granted for years of what was considered the norms. You have every right to step out of those norms. We're a free country. But you do not have the right to change those norms and force those values on us who disagree. Be what you want. Leave our kids alone.
One last follow-up.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you believe there's adequate laws on the books right now to protect children against stalkers?
Nope.
So it's the criminal code we need to consider about men stalkers that are in bathrooms.
And women. Both sides do it.
Thank you.
Senator, if I just walk me through the back on page 2. So locker rooms, those facilities, that's a privacy issue for you,
Yep.
right? The second issue is sports. The only thing that threw me off, you said, when my daughter doesn't want to play. Is it the fact, are you alluding to that because of physical size, strength, speed, that's why she doesn't want to, for a
Right.
safety reason?
For
Nothing to do with them
Correct.
being, okay. And then it would be a combination of privacy and safety on number 3?
Yes.
In prisons and other places. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I'm sorry, Senator, I'll give you a chance. Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Senator, for taking my question. If I understood you correctly, one of the issues or concerns you have is really enforceability side of things so when it comes to bathrooms particularly, if they're not separated by biological sex, because my understanding, biological sex is an immutable characteristic, how else would you be able to separate the bathrooms if there wasn't a fine line like that?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Senator Alshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the previous testimony from Senator Avard, I request to be able to ask 2 or 3 questions.
I'll
Yeah,
listen
thank
to each
you.
one.
All right,
Sure.
great. So I just want to follow up on the statements you just made. So following up on your statement, you use the example of your daughter, so I want to make sure that I'm just following up that, so if your daughter was back on her lacrosse team, and there was a transgender girl also on the lacrosse team, you are asserting that your daughter should have a right of civil action to
When you say
not have to take that child off the
So
lacrosse
let-
team or not have to play with them?
Let me clarify. So when you say transgender girl, you mean a biological male?
I'm sorry, Senator Evard, are you asserting that transgender girls are not girls?
If they were born a biological male? No, they are not.
So following on that, my question is, if there is a transgender girl that you believe not to be a girl who wants to play on that lacrosse team and your daughter does not want to play with a transgender girl that you believe to be a biological boy, your daughter would have a civil right of action. That's the purpose of this, is to create that space.
Provided she is forced to, yes.
Okay. So the intent of this bill is whether you believe in transitioning or not, would be to prevent those who identify as transgender women from using women's bathrooms,
Has
right?
nothing to do with identity. It has to do with biologics. I'm not going to lose sight of that. If you're biological male, you were born biological male, you're male. And the state will recognize that. Your question infers that the rest of the people believe that that person is actually a female when that person is a biological male.
So,
If
Is this-
if it is,
okay,
let me make one other thing clear about this.
I'm trying to
If you're
follow along with you.
Yeah, if you're on a sport that is co-ed, that allows both biological males and females to be on it, there's not a problem. But
Okay.
if it is a girls' team or a boys' team, male or female, biological female, biological male, yeah, that,
Okay, so this is meant to deter transgender women who you classify as biological males from using a women's bathroom, locker room, facilities. If I'm following in here. So
You're not.
I'm not.
no, this is to,
I'm reading, I'm looking at the text
Yeah,
and I'm trying to follow along with your,
well, okay,
so tell
Point of
me,
order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
sorry.
I understand,
this talks about biologics.
in the sake of the quorum, I understand there'll
Okay.
be some back and forth. I think the chairman, you said you would recognize it for
Sure.
follow-up questions, but we don't want to get into having to
He's
interrupt.
asked and answered along this line, I believe.
We don't want to interrupt any
It's
member
not
of the
clear.
public
I'm
testifying.
trying to get
or answering
clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, and I, all right.
Give me a little more
may-
left. I think he's being clear on what he
Yeah,
means.
okay.
Whether or not you agree with him, doesn't matter.
I'm not making that assertion
Okay.
right now. I'm actually just teasing out questions
Okay.
to find out the genesis of this and why this is being brought forward and who it serves. And that's,
It is spelled out in the language, and it is also in my opening statements that my constituents demanded that I bring something forward like this. That's the genesis. And
Thank you, Senator.
so, okay. What happens with this? If this is enacted, okay, so this is now law. What happens if an employer opts out of rolling out a bathroom ban on their property, in their place of business? And certain employees decide that they want to disobey that or protest that. Would they face criminal or civil action? Can they be fired? right? Or would they have the right to file discrimination claims?
So if I understand your question, are you asking if the employer or if,
Yeah, if an employer, right, opts to have a bathroom ban in their space and, right, if they take your language in the bill, they bring it to their place of employment, right? And in this building at my business, I am going to also follow this law. And employees decide that they want to protest that and not follow that ban. Would they face criminal or civil action? Can they
Yes.
be fired? Would they be able to file a discrimination suit?
they would be in violation of the law?
Senator Fryer, is that because in your bill, it says there's a compelling state interest, and that's where the genesis of the lawsuit would be? Whether to sue the state, is that what you're saying?
It's spelled out right there.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
One last question.
Sure.
And okay, so why is it dangerous for transgender women to use women's bathrooms?
Why is it, so what you
Yeah.
said, I'm going to interpret that in my head. Why is it dangerous for biological male to enter into a female's bathroom? Would you like me to go into your bathroom while you're going there? No.
Actually,
Now,
I
if
have
I put-
non-gender specific bathrooms at my house, and I think you probably do too.
Pardon me?
We do have non-gender specific bathrooms at my house, and I'll bet you do too.
And we're talking about public area, right? Right. So
Yeah.
Senator Fryer,
So the question was, what's dangerous about a transgender woman using the women's bathroom? What's dangerous about that?
evil exists, Senator. Evil exists, and we don't know what's in the hearts of individuals. And some can masquerade, and some could be what you would deem to be legitimately trans. How do you determine what is the difference? I submit to you, you can't. So this adds a layer of protection to our female population and our male population. Because we can't tell the difference. Who has good intentions and who has evil intentions? Not everything is a mental illness. There are people that have evil intent. This cuts back on that because we can't tell the difference at no fault of our own.
I'm going to ask one question. So if I understand it, real short and sweet, safety interest, you think women have a privacy interest, I'm sorry, not safety, privacy in the bathroom, and sports for you on your second part is a safety issue because of physical size and differences. And that would be the simple bill, really short and sweet in 2 sentences.
Correct.
If I understand it. Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or?
Yes, please. So you've used you've used a phrase a couple of times. And I don't know that we're on the same page as to what it means, because I don't know what it means. You have used the phrase a legitimately transgendered person a couple of times. And then additionally said that you don't believe that transgender women, or I'm going to also make the leap, transgender men are not men or not respectively
Senator,
women. What is a
I'm gonna make a rule
legitimately
that he's
transgendered
asking-
person?
Senator, I'm sorry to interrupt.
He brought up a new phrase,
I believe he's asked and answered all your questions.
legitimately transgendered person.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we start arguing amongst ourselves, we're gonna be here all night, and the fairness of the public.
I
Chairman made
think
a-
he's asked and answered all your questions.
Chairman
and
made a
we're straining the same questions. Are you all set, Senator Bard?
I want to thank you and for the questions, for the opportunity, and for the civil discourse. We are going to have disagreements, there's no doubt. But, and I want to make it clear, the whole purpose of this bill is because my constituents want it. They want to get back to what they knew to be the norms. And at the end of the day, whether you agree with me or not, I'm going to say this not as a half-heartedly.
Senator, you
I
have
love
testified
everybody.
well. Thank you very much for your testimony. Have a
Thank you.
great day.
Okay.
Karen Como, since we have 25, 30, if we can keep it to, he was the originator. I'm sorry. On my list, I had not speaking was Arthur Wolf, then I got Karen Como, Bonnie Renault. I have like 3 lists, so you could be on the top of the next list. Okay, thank you. Nice to see you, ma'am. Don't walk there, people trip and hit cords, so if you hand it to them, yeah, that's the right spot.
Sure.
You can sit down and you can press the button. I'm sorry. Tell us who you are, where you're from, and press that red button. Oh, you can stand if you prefer. Yeah, but the red button to start. Yep, and then tell me where you're from and your name and everything.
All right, I am Karen Como. I'm from Meredith, and I'm here to speak in opposition to SB 38 and SB 268.
If we can just
So-
try to keep it to 38.
Yep, I've got it.
Okay, thank you.
3 minutes, 30.
3 minutes. 30 will be here till next week.
So this bill won't do anything to make our bathrooms, our locker rooms, our jails safer. It does the opposite. Trans people are not criminals. Let's not confuse trans people with criminals. It wasn't long ago that we were uncomfortable with a Black or brown person in the bathroom with us. But we learned, we grew, we put in laws to protect people. And it wasn't long ago that we assumed and categorized a gay man as a pedophile. They're not the same. One is a criminal, one is not. We need to continue to learn and grow. And it's true, it's confusing. You know, it changes over time, what you call people, how you talk about people. But we're smart, we can handle this. This isn't rocket science. You know, we wrongly categorized Black men, brown men as potentially being criminals. They're not. We shouldn't do that. And it shouldn't take 20, 30 years to understand that trans people are not criminals. We need laws to protect the dignity and rights so that they can live a productive life alongside of us. And in our generation, it was 0.5% of people who were trans. In the younger generation, my daughter, who you hear speak soon, it's 1.5%. It's not going away. And we need to embrace it and understand how to help this important population live productive lives. Trans persons live every day with a fear when they're in public, a fear of being outed, a fear of being harassed by someone with the views that was sitting here. It's really hard for them to go out in public. This would make it harder, and that's not right. So that's what I've got to say.
I have a question for you.
Of course.
So I'm less into the bathrooms and the other things than I am the sports. So I have a 5'6" daughter. She's twice played trans this year who are noticeably, 6'1", 180, 185 pounds versus, 125. And I'm not saying that sometimes you couldn't have a, much larger girl than another, but in general, men tend to be faster, bigger, and stronger. My times in college, very mediocre at St. A's. I would have made we had a girl make the national team. She couldn't run at all with any of the boys. So you're going to take sports away from biological girls. And that's what I think Senator Bard was alluding to. And one of the things was the physical danger when a 5'4" girl of 120 pounds is up against a 6'1" larger person who's bigger, stronger, and faster. I think that's what one of his points was. Sure.
Okay, sorry. All right, so two things to say on that topic. One, your daughter is, and I don't know your daughters, you're a tall man, maybe they're tall as well.
The
But
first two got the height, which is good for college. The last one did not.
But it is much more likely that they're going to be bowled over by a taller, stronger female, right? Because there's just a statistical likelihood, statistically, it's more likely, right? There's very few trans people in sports, especially at the college level. It is not the huge issue that they make it out to be. However, there are some safety concerns, and we need to make data-driven, scientific, reasonable decisions that protect people, right? Protect athletes, but also don't discriminate against trans. We can handle this. We are smart people, but it is a complicated issue, and it's not as simple as throwing it into a bathroom bill.
Follow-up. So on the other end of his bill, he had old-fashioned values. An old-fashioned Senator of ours, old-fashioned father, concerned with his daughters. And you're sort of saying, that's the stereotypes we used to have against like a black person. You're saying, but he's thinking of a privacy issue, that his daughters have a right to privacy from a biological boy. Could you address his concerns there?
Yeah, I mean,
So I see him more saying
a
privacy.
couple things. I don't understand the concept of privacy, right? Because every women's room has stalls. So no one's going to see, it's not like a men's room, right? No one is going to see the person going to the bathroom, right? And he's assuming that trans people are criminals, and they're not. Trans people are just going in there to do their business, wash their hands, and leave. They don't want to be outed. They don't want to, cause an issue. It's scary for them every time they go into that small space. It just is. Is that answering your question? And I'm a Catholic as well. But my faith, I was taught, love people for who they are on the inside, right? And love everybody. Treat everybody with kindness, dignity, respect. And part of that is allowing people to be the gender they are. God made them to be that way. They didn't. No transgender person chooses this.
Very good. Anyone else have a, yes, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. Some of the comments you made, I agree with. I don't agree that a person who's trans is a criminal. And I also don't agree that they're inherently dangerous. At least they're not any more dangerous than any other person.
Yep.
For that matter. But when it comes to bathrooms, if we didn't separate them by biological sex, tell me what policy could we incorporate that's actually enforceable?
So,
Because if we don't do it that way, if we separated them by gender identity,
sure,
then
why not?
is that the solution?
Absolutely. Why not? I mean, and plenty. I've been in so many bathrooms in Europe where they're just, it's all genders. You go in, you do your business, and you wash your hands and leave. Why are we so prudish with this? Why are we worried about this?
Well,
So perhaps should we just make all bathrooms open to both sexes at all times?
I don't
is that
think
your
people
suggestion?
will vote for that. I don't have an issue with it. I've experienced it in Europe. It's not been an issue, but I don't think that we need to do that, but it's an option. My vote is, let's categorize bathrooms based on gender identity. Gender is just not the same as genitals. They develop in the body at the same time, at different times. They're just not the same thing. Biological sex is based on genitals. Gender is different. So let's allow people to use the bathroom according to their gender.
And that's all.
Yes.
And thank you for taking my now third question. In respect to sports, going back to the 70s and 80s, I think it's pretty fair to say that the opportunities that women had in sports was not equal to that of men. In respect to today, some may argue it's still not equal, but I think it's come a long way. But if you're going to allow a trans woman, which, someone who may have been a biological man or boy when they were born, who's transitioned, what do we say to the girl, the 12th player on the girls' basketball team that gets left off the team because a biological boy who's now a trans woman took their spot?
I'm going to say, first of all, there's no level playing field, right? I raised my kids in Bedford, and my son played on one of the top soccer teams in the country. He had $300 soccer cleats. He had a personal trainer. He had everything that he needed to be the best soccer player he could be. It's not a level playing field. Not every student gets that. So that's one thing, is let's stop saying that that this is the only thing that's going to matter in that decision, right? But it is a part of it, right? We don't need to make the playing field less level. So trans in sports, really only trans women, right? Because if it's a trans man, no one cares, right? No one cares about that. It's only trans woman. It is a complicated issue, and it should not be thrown into a bathroom bill. I would be happy to support some sort of, I'm new to this, to be honest, but some sort of a subcommittee that could do some research. I'm an engineer. I know how to think logically, rationally, critically, and how to make good recommendations based on something fair and science. So there could be the amount of time that they're on HRT. It could be, there are many ways to think about this, but it's not black and white.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. At the beginning of your testimony, I believe you referred to segregation and how we've had similar debates similar to this during times of segregation. And I'm reminded of debates just in New Hampshire about marriage equality. And so, in your opinion, since you've brought the topic forward, do you think that transgender girls and transgender boys participating in society in New Hampshire pose a threat to cisgender girls and boys in any way, in the same way that marriage equality, that cisgender married couples were unaffected by same-sex couples?
I hope I'm following your question correctly, but first of all, cisgender people are the majority, so that's one thing, right? And the second side of it is, no, transgender people just want to live their lives with who God chose them to be on the inside. But that's it. This isn't hard.
Thank you, Bonnie. I apologize. Do you have more questions? No. I apologize. We took so long. We're going to be 3 minutes.
I appreciate
We're going
it.
to be here till tomorrow.
This is
Thank-
important enough that I took a vacation day for this.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Nancy Brennan?
That was your first time.
Hi, Nancy. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you all for hearing testimony. My name is Nancy Brennan. I live in Ware, and I strongly oppose this bill. There's a new musical out called Wicked, based on the book and the Broadway musical. And in it, the wizard says the best way to bring folks together is to give them a real good enemy. In the musical, that enemy is Elphaba, the Green Witch. In our country, To a certain extent, it is this group of people. Do you know that in this last election, $222 million was spent in anti-trans ads before the election to target 1% of our population? Few points. First, all major medical and psychiatric associations acknowledge gender as a continuum. Being transgender is real, and it has been throughout history and across cultures. Second, transgender non-discrimination bills do not endanger the cisgender population, but they do endanger this tiny group of my friends. I have included a couple of studies which I will give you, which show bills like this lead to an increase in bullying and self-harm, while inclusive policies are linked to lower assault rates against transgender, and no increase has been found in the rate of assault against cis people in private spaces when the laws support transgender rights. Third, this bill states it doesn't discriminate based on sex or gender, but then makes exceptions so that it does exactly that. Transgender people know who they are. And when J.K. Rowling or Moms for Liberty, or I'm sorry, the president of this United States says there's only two genders, that isn't what makes it true. Fourth, before you vote on these bills, please talk to transgender people. Yes, here, but also maybe one-on-one. Have a cup of coffee with a trans mom or a trans constituent. That is how we passed the original transgender non-discrimination bill 6 years ago. One-on-one, come to my house, meet some constituents, and suddenly these people were human with lives and aspirations, just human being. We have a choice. You have a choice. And I hope you make the human choice and vote ITL on this. We do not need this. It is based on hate and bigotry. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. It is. And if I have a few seconds left, the sponsor of this bill said, we know there are only two genders, only two sexes. Well, see, we don't know that. Science shows there's a continuum, and there are intersex people. There's a movie out, I don't want to give away the ending, but there is a character who discovers at the end of the movie, he always thought he was male. And then he finds out he's got internal female organs. So there aren't just two sexes. There are a lot of things that determine who we are. 99% of us are cisgender. That's true. But a few are intersex and a few are transgender. Live and let live, I say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brennan. Tasha Roberts? Welcome, Tasha.
Hey, thank you for having me. And honorable members of the Judiciary Committee, I'm Pasha Roberts from Wilmette, New Hampshire. And I am on the board of 603 Equality, and I am speaking against SB 38 today. While the hope of this bill is to return to two basic comforting physical categories, nature is not actually that simple. This hope is based on some sort of 8th grade level of biology, ignoring the physical reality of people such as myself. The truth is that human biology does not have the clean-cut male-female distinctions that you seek. I was born into a category known as intersex, not exactly male nor female in born biology. I know people who carry two DNA types, both XX and XY. They absorbed a twin. I know people with whose chromosomes are XXY or XXX or X. I've met people with one ovary and one testis. And I know people who were born with none. There are 35 medical variations or ways that a baby can be born intersex. There is no reason to insist that external anatomy, internal anatomy, chromosomes, genes, or hormones are going to match each other. There's no bright line. Nature is wild. This is not woke. This is how bodies actually go. It's not just the genitals, and all of this is medical truth. Look it up. In response to the challenge of my body, I was put through 2 difficult surgeries as a child to conform me to be male. They rebuilt me so that I can look like they wanted and use a bathroom the way that they wanted. I was a triangular peg, and they jammed me into a square hole pretty darn hard. This is relevant because the bill takes for granted something called biological sex. You think it's obvious. I'm not even sure how I fit into that. What bathroom do I go to? The fundamental physical basis for this bill is flawed. The basis is flawed. In the process of creating transgender discrimination as intended, this law creates medical discrimination. The bill creates a dangerous environment for many intersex variations. We often look trans just in our natural bodies. Likewise, PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, can produce facial hair and other secondary sex characteristics on women. Bathroom enforcement is not clear and fraught with lawsuit material. So humans are complicated. Biology is naturally messy. We cannot legislate that away. This bill is dangerous. It's built on sand. My body proves it. This bill is ITL.
Just a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
And again, it's not my bill, but on section 3 of Senator Rivard's bill, it has, they talk about facilities for detentions and stuff. And I have sat in Judiciary for 7, 8 years. And I have heard many of the heads of our prisons say that they have a compelling safety interest in separating the sexes. What would you say to that?
I'm not
They're implying that there's problems when you mix the sexes.
I'm saying that the basis of this bill depends on a binary sense of sex, and I am saying that that is not the case. So I'm not an expert on incarceration.
Sounds good. Thank you, Pasha. Any other questions, Senator Uppes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You used the term, you said intersex. Does that term include someone who's transgender?
No. I mean, that's I'm talking about biology. I'm talking about flesh. I'm talking about chromosomes and genetics.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Just to clarify, when you stated that this bill creates a gender binary, and you would not fit into that gender binary, am I correct?
I'm saying biologically, it makes definitions of male and female, and intersex people are born in some other way.
Thank
I mean,
you.
look it up. It's just it's medical science.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. Yeah. Samantha Lambs? Isn't that right, Samantha?
I'm Samantha Como.
No. Oh, maybe, okay. Oh, we'll say that you've been waiting long enough anyway, so we'll go with it. Come on down, close enough.
I'd like to thank the honorable members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I would like to note that the 2 people who I was really excited to hear the speech both left the room, the sponsor of the bill and the man who was filming me over there as I was laughing, because in my opinion, it was a little hard not to laugh during the sponsor's speech. So he talked a lot about the Bible and he talked about traditional values. This is the United States of America. The Bible is not the Constitution. Okay, and I want to make that very, very clear for the Senate Judiciary Committee. Obviously, your biblical values might influence your political views, but we cannot use the Bible as a justification to create laws. That is not what our founders intended. And I want to talk about something else that our founders talked about. They talked about the tyranny of the majority. Trans people make up around 0.5% of the population in general. That's not an exact number. We're a minority, okay? And what we are seeing here is a big majority of cis people coming together to tell me how I can live my life. When I walk down the street, I oftentimes pass as cisgender. And what that means is that I have to face gross and disgusting sexual harassment and catcalls by men. I do not want to go into a men's bathroom alone in an enclosed, tight space with these people and put myself at risk. Okay, and then adding to that, you want to talk about, by the way, I had a whole speech. I'm not doing that anymore. You want to talk about safety in prisons. Are any of you aware what V-coding is? I'm going to take that as a no. V-coding is a practice in which prison guards place transgender inmates with inmates that they believe will sexually assault and or kill them. And this is a thing that has been documented. It's like 60% of trans inmates have reported that they have been forced to perform a sexual act for somebody else while in prison. That is disgusting. And the fact that this state, my home state, would want to send me into a men's restroom where I could have to face sexual assault, and then once they find out I'm trans, I'm assuming you guys know what the trans panic defense is? Is that a yes or a no? No. How? You guys passed a bill on it somewhat recently, banning it.
I gave a speech to pass it, actually.
Oh, well, good job. So the trans panic defense, essentially, somebody figures out that you're a transgender, and then they get angry, they think you're tricking them, and then they kill you. I do not want to be assaulted or killed in a men's restroom, and I want to make that super, super clear. You can say all you want about, oh, we're letting all these men into the restroom. When the sponsor of this bill was coming up here speaking, he was like, oh my gosh, my daughter was in there with a trans woman, and what she was doing? She was washing her hands. She wasn't doing anything. So what this is essentially doing is forcing us into unsafe situations, and that is wrong. Okay, I grew up in Bedford, New Hampshire. Now, Bedford did not vote for the Democratic Party in a national election until 2020? I think they kept Democratic in 2024. It's a pretty conservative town. I was suicidal for the vast majority of my life, and I've attempted suicide 4 times. The last time I attempted suicide was prom night, and I saw everybody there. I saw all the women there in their dresses, dancing with their boyfriends, and I felt that I could never do that, because if I did do that, I would be subject to discrimination, and to frankly, we had been passing laws at that point to protect people like me. But look where we are now. As soon as we become a hot button political issue and the tyranny of the majority comes in, we suddenly are unsafe. It's ridiculous. And I did not go through years sitting in Bedford High School wanting to kill myself because of how I was born and how I was treated, just to grow up, finally get the confidence to transition, and then let some cisgender people who don't even really understand V-coding or the trans panic defense, which in my opinion shows how little this body actually understands about what it is like to live in my shoes, tell me that I have to go into an unsafe situation. That's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you.
I would gladly take them.
Nope.
No? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
I'm sorry, but at the beginning, you kind of rattled off some names, and I just want to make sure that you didn't think you called me, but I wasn't.
There was one here.
Is there a body Bruno on that list?
There is.
Okay, why is it the top?
Call that again, 'cause I don't think that's the same person.
Just want to make sure I didn't.
I have a Samantha, but I can't make it. We can't really tell if it's a,
I'm on. That's Bonnie Bruno.
okay. Come on up, Bonnie. Sure.
We just call anyone names in the list.
I did call up a Samantha and no one came. But I know that's different handwriting.
I have to leave. So I just wanted to double check. Don't stop my time yet. Are we on 38 or 268?
We're on 30, I'm sorry, 268.
We're on 268. So can I give this testimony in case I can just walk up when I have to leave to give it? Okay. I wish Senator Avard was here because I'm a constituent from Hollis and I 100% oppose this bill. And I wanted to just mention something. This is a little ad lib, but I am going to read this. I know we have 3 minutes. I was up here on Tuesday opposing voter restriction laws and pressed the button on the elevator. And the elevator door opened and 3 huge men are in there. Inside, I was like, whoa. And then I was like, oh, I can go in there because I'm in the State House. And when I was in that elevator, I felt it. And I looked at the 3 men and I said, you know, there's no other situation as a single woman by myself that I would get in this elevator with 3 men. And I just want you to have an appreciation for that. But I feel like I'm kind of safe here in the Capitol doing that. So 3 biological cis men are in that elevator. And as a single woman having to get in there, that causes me safety issues. And I think a lot of women would be able to support that perspective of that. So that was a time where I didn't feel safe. So keep that in mind. Also, I wanted to say, he's not here, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, so I'm going to read my stuff. I do stand opposed to SB 268, and here's why. This bill is written to amend existing law against discrimination in New Hampshire. One more time for the people in the back. It's to amend existing law against discrimination. Whenever has it been a good idea to reverse discrimination protections under the law? I'll tell you when. Never. We see what this bill wants to do. It wants to treat individuals with dignity and respect. It wants to limit circumstances for discrimination. It wants to protect privacy rights and physical safety. I think I'm just a little because Senator Avard's not here and I wanted to talk to him. But anyway, but here's the catch, and it's plural, it's catches. SB 268 appears to be harmful, misguided red herring directed at and about trans people. SB 268 could be interpreted as political smoke and mirrors. This bill could even be potentially seen by some as a Trojan horse of the double speak breed. This bill appears to promote dignity, respect, and the protection of rights, but it actually will allow discriminatory practices to be written into law that will specifically harm our trans friends, trans neighbors, and our trans family members. It will actually undo protections for this vulnerable group of Granite Staters. When has it ever been a good idea to reverse discrimination protections in the law? Cut it out. But first,
We'll give you 30 more.
all right.
Call it even. 30
well, you do.
seconds.
All right. So maybe the sponsors didn't really fully understand the potential this harm could cause of this bill. After all, the bill is written in a way that opens the door for discrimination to be embedded in New Hampshire law and now in the future. Maybe the bill's sponsors had truly good intentions to protect rights, but undoing the existing law against discrimination in New Hampshire is not the way. It's the opposite way. But maybe, just maybe, the sponsors didn't realize the potential consequences until these hearings helped shed light on the unintended harm this bill would cause to the trans community in the Granite State. Maybe the harmful impacts of this bill have become clearer and will become more clear after people speak. So let's go ahead and ITL this bill so we can all live happily ever after. And I would be glad to take questions.
Go ahead, Senator House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned last week or earlier this week, you were in the elevator and there was 3 large individuals in there that, walked in and for a few seconds felt some level of intimidation. I understood that to be your testimony.
I wouldn't say I felt a level of intimidation. I felt a level of safety because they were just standing there. They didn't intimidate me, but I think the circumstances being that when you're a single woman by yourself and, have to walk into an elevator and be enclosed with 3 men, I think women would be able to let you know that brings up safety issues. We feel that.
So my question is, if those same three men were inside the bathroom and you walked in there, wouldn't that still be a situation where you would feel some level of unsafety or concern?
If I walked into a woman's bathroom and there were three men in the woman's bathroom, yes, that would cause me safety concerns.
Thank you.
Okay. We sure I kind of, okay, well, if that's your question, I'm good with that.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for taking my question. You said that you're from Hollis and you are a constituent of the sponsor.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I would encourage you to make an appointment to meet him. And like, I think one of the people who testified before you, maybe it was Nancy
Is there a
Brennan.
question there,
Nancy
Senator?
Brennan,
Is there a question?
would you believe? Would you believe that a previous person who testified, Nancy Brennan, said that we passed these anti-discrimination bills one conversation at a time, talking to our elected representatives? So would you believe that would be helpful to have a conversation?
I would be happy to have a conversation with Senator Avard.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I did get handed multiple sheets mixed in together, 38, which I'd usually get later, so we did have overlap. I'm sorry, over there. Yeah, I don't want you tripping. What? I'm gonna go this way. Arthur Wolf. Good afternoon, Arthur.
Good afternoon. My name is not Arthur, my name is Arthen. I'm from Concord.
Okay.
I'm a
thank you.
resident here. And again, thank you for having me speak here. Chairman Gannon and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm writing as a concerned citizen to express my opposition to the proposed bill, both bills actually, that seek to define biological sex and limit its use to the sex assigned at birth. This bill, if passed, would have significant and harmful implications for transgender and non-binary individuals in New Hampshire. This bill will force individuals to use facilities and participate in activities that do not align with their gender identity. This would not only be deeply distressing and humiliating for many people, but could also put their physical safety at risk. I do not really understand the underlying reason even why these bills are going forward, other than to cause division and promote hate and intolerance. This bill is proposed to protect women by ensuring that trans women are not welcome to use female lavatory facilities. Trans people account for, as you know, they've been 0.5 to 1% of the population, and are not the ones that are promoting violence toward women. They're just trying to navigate their own lives in a political climate that is targeting their very existence. Legislation to address real consequences for those who commit domestic violence, sexual assault, and rape would better help women. In regard to correctional facilities, forcing trans people to be housed in their assigned gender at birth would result in cruel and devastating consequences. I have worked in the state prison and the county jail as a healthcare provider and fear that this would cause horrible, unnecessary physical and emotional harm to the residents as well as staff. Lastly, I'm concerned that using a public restroom would be contentious and confrontational for anyone who may not conform to what is perceived as gender-appropriate expression. How can this law be enforced if not by a personal invasion of privacy? This bill's definition would roll back the progress we've made in recognizing and respecting the diversity of human gender identity. It would effectively erase the identities of many of our fellow citizens, sending a clear message that they are not valued or respected, and would instead foster an environment of hatred and harm. I urge you to vote against this bill and instead support legislation that promotes equality, respect, and safety for all individuals, regardless of their gender identity. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I have copies.
Thank you. You can hand them in over there. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Claudia, is it Honer? Hoover? Honer? I'm actually very lucky because most kids, the younger people, can't do cursive anymore. I meet so many high school kids who are like, oh, I can't write my name. I'm like,
I know. I was a fourth grade teacher. It's a big thing.
I'm sure it is.
You passed a law bringing it back.
We're trying.
There,
Okay.
Are you really?
Yeah, we
It's
did
actually a great
last year.
brain development sort of exercise. Yeah. Hi, my name is Claudia Hoover. I'm really happy to be here. Well, happy, sad. I strongly oppose SB 268, and I urge you to do the same. As a retired teacher and parent, I first remind you that we're talking about people when we're talking about transgender people. There's no evidence in scientific data nor in personal experience showing transgender people to be deviant or even different in any important way. They feel, behave, and are motivated in all the ways that non-transgender people are. The worst effect of this legislation is to create an other, a group of people who we can villainize, create myths about, and dehumanize. Once you do that, fear justifies inhuman treatment. That's what this bill is, inhuman treatment of fellow human beings. On the bathroom issue, I'm going to paraphrase something a friend of mine told me when he was forced to use a women's bathroom. My friend, Mr. Williams, has a beard and broad shoulders. He's transgender and transitioned 2.5 decades ago. He told me with tears in his eyes that walking into a women's room, knowing that he would cause confusion and even fear among the women there, was the most shaming experience of his life. He was raised to believe that women deserve respect and privacy, and for him to enter their bathroom went against everything he knew to be appropriate. In other words, he felt just like you or I would if we were forced to go into the wrong bathroom. On the athlete issue, transgender athletes are less than 0.5% of athletes in this country. Before age 11, research shows there are no measurable performance differences between boys and girls. And after 11, that does begin to change. If a child, along with their parents and physician, choose puberty blockers, those differences lessen. And if they go on, again, with parental support, supervision, as well as medical, to hormone treatment, the differences lessen even to a point of disappearing. And finally, I'm thinking of the diversity that we're used to seeing among athletes, and I'd like to keep that in mind. Height, limb length, even musculature. Do we declare the outcomes of a soccer match unfair because the goalie of the other team was taller than ours? Do we disqualify swimmers who have longer arms than average? No, we tolerate that variation and celebrate the effort and achievement of all athletes, regardless of differences. Let's continue doing that in New Hampshire. Thank you.
Quick question, just
Sure.
side note, we'll just chat amongst ourselves. You mentioned athletes, size difference and everything. What do you think of Riley Gaines when she was forced to compete against someone who would, there's a male athlete who the junior year he competed as a male, senior year he competed as a female. He won the national championship, or tied her, displacing her.
So the problem with this friendly conversation
Sure.
is I know jack about sports. So I
okay.
don't,
I'm sorry.
I actually don't even know.
It was a mediocre
But
athlete, a male who was like 500th, and then he began to transition, hadn't really done much physically, and won the national champ. He just was better than the natural girls.
so one of the previous
You brought up sports in that, and you
yeah,
mentioned
no, it's fine.
differences.
One of the previous speakers noted that one of the pitfalls we want to avoid is that we try to make this a black and white issue in the sports and everything else, actually, and that transgender people are here and they are among our children. Some of our children are transgender. So I think the best thing we can do is look at situations like that and pay attention to what solutions might be going forward. You know, somebody else referred also, you know, we learn as we go, and we develop, you know, I don't know, I don't have any solutions.
Sure.
But I'm just saying, the way forward is not to hide ourselves in the past, pretending that transgender kids don't exist or athletes don't exist, because they do, and they really are the gender that they identify as.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you guys have any questions? Thank you very
Okay.
much. Sure. Yeah. Nancy Biederman? Okay. Jennifer Bover? Did we scare people off? Oh, I'm sorry. I looked down, you weren't there, and now you're there.
I'm Nancy.
Thank you for coming,
That's
Nancy.
okay.
Welcome. Thank you.
Hi, how you doing? Nancy Biederman, New Boston. I'm trying to understand whether the whole concept of biological male and female human beings suddenly has no legal existence. That seems pretty important to me and to the public to understand. I'm going to tell you a story. I was contacted by parents in New Boston last year. Their little boy went to the bathroom, which he had done previously. He was a 5th grader at the time. And he walked in there was a girl in the bathroom. A student that he knew as a girl up until 5th grade. He immediately left the bathroom and then refused to go back to the bathroom the rest of the day. He went home, told his parents what happened. His parents then went to the school, and the school first denied what had happened, but they knew their son, and they brought up their son correctly, is that, you know, girls and boys are separate, and especially in the bathroom, and we keep it that way. And following, after trying to get hold of an administrator for multiple days, they finally heard from an administrator 4 days after the incident, and they were told pretty much your son just has to deal with it. And showed no empathy for their son, showed no empathy for what he was feeling and what his concerns were, and pretty much told him that if he wanted to use the bathroom, he would have to go seek out an administrator on his own in a building with over 500 students in it. So he would have to hunt down an administrator so he could go use a special bathroom, just so he could feel safe. That was what their solution was. That didn't work for their son. Their son did not feel comfortable going in and finding an administrator that showed absolutely no concern over his feelings. This child then reverted to not drinking any water and not using the bathroom all day at school. He was not the only child. Once we brought this to the board's attention, we found out there were other boys that were refusing to use the boys' bathroom. The school district and the board, again, showed no empathy for these boys. And because of the non-discrimination law, they felt like their hands were tied. We need this law so that school board can get their hands untied and they can make sure that the bathrooms are specifically designated for the biological sex. It is stated in federal law in Title IX, Section 106.33, that allows separation of restroom, locker room facilities based on sex. It states a recipient may provide separate toilet, locker room, and shower facilities on the basis of sex, but such facilities provided for students of one sex should be comparable to facilities provided for students of the other sex.
15 minutes, just to wrap it up. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Did I say minutes?
I like his idea of the 15 minutes better.
Seconds.
And as I wrap up, think of this little boy. Think of all the little boys in my school district who are afraid to use the bathroom, and that they need a safe place, and that they need to be respected, and their feelings need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Did I have the Boys Fair family, either Jen or Annabelle, or both of you at once? Seconds, not minutes. Senator Abbas has a wife who's a great cook, so he's trying to do things quicker than me. Go
Hello,
ahead.
my name is Jennifer Bovair. I am a 48-year-old mother from Nashua, New Hampshire. My Nashua, New Hampshire looks very different than the sponsor of this bill. I am very against this bill. I am here to be the voice of my children and this new generation. I have 3 children. I have a 17-year-old daughter who is going to speak to you on her own experiences. I have a 15-year-old non-gender conforming child that's here in the audience who's spending their time researching this bill. And I have a 13-year-old trans son at home who's scared and wanted me to come today and be his voice. I'm proud that I am from Nashua, New Hampshire. I left the state and I came back to raise my kids. Nashua is an amazing place. The school system's incredible. I love it. My kids have unique needs, and I try to parent each of one of them differently and make sure that I understand their needs. Nashua has been amazing, and the school district has respected their pronouns, has respected their changes, and has respected the bathroom that they deserve to go to the bathroom in. I've watched other states strip away the rights of children, and I have sat in horror as I've seen parents be accused of abuse and neglect for loving their children as who they are. I do not want this to happen in New Hampshire. I want to be proud to be from New Hampshire. My children have always been safe to use the bathroom that fits their needs in Nashua at the school, visiting establishments in New Hampshire. My trans son came out as trans when he was in the 4th grade. He has Turner syndrome. He has 2 X chromosomes, but one is missing information. He does not have secondary sex characteristics, nor will he be able to grow those on his own without hormonal therapy, which is private between him, me, and his doctor. But we're here to talk about this in this forum because bills like this are coming forward, and it's not okay. My son knows that he is a boy, and he's socially transitioned in the 4th grade. He is now in 8th grade, and he's a boy. None of the students in his school have ever bullied him, have ever said anything to him about, hey, you used to be somebody else in 3rd grade, have never said anything about the bathroom that he used, because this generation of kids, they're smart. They can deal with things. Somebody earlier said, this is not a hard problem. I'm sorry that the sponsor of the bill is confused. It's not confusing to these kids. This is their life. This is who they are. And nobody in my child's school is confused that he is a boy that uses the boys' bathroom. Another woman testified earlier that she saw 3 men in the elevator. And I just want to address, a woman said, saw the 3 men in the elevator. Yes, as a woman, that terrifies me. If I saw those 3 men in the bathroom, I would be terrified. That's not what we're talking about today. We're not talking about cisgendered men who are going into a bathroom, because I've been in bathrooms where those men are there and those men sexually assault, and those men do not belong in women's bathroom. We're talking about 13-year-old boys. We're talking about people who have transitioned, who are women, who deserve to be in the bathroom that matches their heart and soul. Thank you.
Go ahead, Abigail.
Hello, I'm Annabelle Bovair. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a cisgender woman. I'm here to oppose Bill SB 268 and SB 38. I'm a senior at Nashua High School North. I'm 17. I've grown up in the state, and I've attended school here my whole life. As a student, I use my school's facilities throughout the day. And as I walk into the bathroom, I'm hit with a thick cloud of smoke. I hold my breath until I reach my stall. I'm scared. I'm worried about my fellow classmates' lung health. It never crosses my mind that what's between their legs. You are so focused on genitalia when many kids are ruining their futures with illicit substances. At school, I felt unsafe many times, like when I was grinded on in the hallway, when I was slapped on my bottom, or when my friend received messages that detailed how an older student wanted to rape me in great detail. All of these instances have affected me to a point where I was scared. I was in fear of a certain group of people, and that group was not the trans community. It was cisgendered men. I would be scared if a cisgendered man came into my bathroom, but I am not scared of trans women using the right to go to the bathroom. Outside of school, I've been catcalled and followed, and I can say with certainty that I've never been chased with someone who had higher heels than my own. New Hampshire's motto is to live free or die. But if you pass this bill, how will the trans community be free? They won't be able to play sports, use the bathroom without being harassed more than they already are. You also can't say you're protecting people when you're hurting so many. I'm going to wrap this up with a quick story. I chose my college based off going on a tour and going into the school's gym, and I saw transgender people working out freely. It showed how accepting and loving the community was, and that's how I decided on my college. Thank you for your time, and I'll not be answering any questions because I don't think there should be any.
You can answer one. Where are you going? Where do you want to go to school?
Lesley University.
Very good. Any questions for either? No, we're all set. Thank you very much. Jerry Cannon, the Honorable. You here, Jerry? I didn't notice you. I would have called you right away. I didn't see the Honorable. I was on page 1. Nice to have you here today.
Thank you. I wish I could say I'm glad to be here, but I'm not. We passed a sports bill last year, so I'm kind of wondering when the senators introduced this bill 368 on the premise of basically a sports-related issue. This bill really puts a lot of transgender people at risk. It declares, basically flags that we're all sexual predators. The problems in restrooms, the problems in our communities are not driven by the transgender community. The transgender people I know are the most welcoming and comfortable people to be around. They don't want to harm anyone, especially using the restrooms. I know myself, I've been using the women's restrooms for 20 years. I would like to, and if I could, I know many non-binary folks would like to use unisex restrooms. Do we have any unisex restrooms here in the State House or in the Legislative Office building? No. So you end up with a problem, especially here and in many public institutions, where there aren't facilities other than the men's or ladies' room. So you have not given someone who doesn't conform a place to go to the bathroom. So you force them into the situation is to make a choice. I am a transgender woman, have been for at least since my teenage years, but only came out when I was 45 years of age. It's a challenge just growing up. As a trans person, I talked about bullying. I was bullied as a teenager and almost took my life a couple of times during that period between teenage years and 45. And I have two daughters, and I'm grateful that they grew up to be wonderful citizens, but they recognize that I am a transgender person and they love and adore me, and they wouldn't have me any other way. There's a lot more text that I'll talk to in the next session, but the biggest thing that I want to flag is if you block us from using the bathrooms, you're not fixing the problem. The problem especially in bathrooms, is not being driven by transgender women. It's straight men, and there are examples of that documented in this state. Straight men either physically or taking pictures, positioning cameras to look at women in various states of undress. It's not transgender people. If you pass this, it's not going to fix the problem. All of us ought to be safe in the restrooms. If anything, let's increase the penalties for someone that hurt somebody else in a restroom.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Thank you very much. Theo Gutierrez. Good afternoon, Leo.
I'm not here today to represent my identity, and I am not here today to play nice. I am here to point out in every single part of this bill how you have wasted my time as a New Hampshire citizen, how you have wasted my money as a New Hampshire citizen, and now you have lost my faith as a New Hampshire citizen. I read the bill. I have never been more horrified at the quality of a proposed bill than I am right now. This bill is poorly conceived, poorly drafted, and states that classification of a person by their biological sex is, quote, proper. There is no legal definition for the word propriety. There is no legal definition of the concept of propriety. It does not exist. It's completely subjective. What is proper to me is not going to be proper to you, and it's not going to be proper to the person who takes your seat after you're gone. Even regardless of my opinion on itself, that fact that this is worded this way should set off alarm bells for you. It opens the floodgates for anyone who comes after you and has a problem with trans people, if this is passed, to weaponize this bill to further other bills, use it as an example, or use it as a reference. And listen, you're not doctors, you're not my family. This bill states to be representative of respecting my privacy because somehow putting my birth sex on an ID is representative of my privacy. That's my business, not yours. Not my IDs, that's my business. And I just would like to say, Avard, when he was here, which, I mean, look around, he's not even here for the hearing of his own bill. When he said that, oh, you know, things used to be that we knew that this was, you know, we knew what men and women were back in the old days, back when we knew. It's not the 80s anymore. That dream is dead and gone. We need to move on, grow up. The world is different. This is a different place than the 80s where things were the way they used to be. It's not that. You need to grow up, look at the world as it is right now, and make a decision that is logical, not based off of what you want it to be and how the past was. We're not in the past, and the only way through is forward. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Rosemary Emmerich. Good afternoon, Rosemary.
Hi.
All right. Dear honorable members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Rosie Emmerich. I live in Hooksett, New Hampshire, and I'm here today as a cisgendered woman, which means that my sex assigned at birth matches my identified gender. And I'm also here as a parent of a young trans child to oppose this bill. My child is non-binary and uses they, them pronouns. And for them, this means that they don't feel like a girl or a boy. This has made decisions about bathrooms and changing rooms pretty painstaking and very anxiety-provoking for my child and myself alike. I could tell you the hours that we have spent and the tears that have been shed trying to decide what changing room to use for our recital at dance. It's hard. These are hard decisions that trans people are making. They have used the bathroom that matches their assigned sex at birth, as this bill seeks to push, and have had to deal with uncomfortable questions and harassment because of that. It's my job to keep my child safe. And if this bill passes, I will be required to send my 8-year-old femme-presenting child into a men's bathroom alone. Now, I'll tell you, I've spent a lot of time over the last several years around trans folks, shared bathrooms, and changing spaces many times, and I have never felt unsafe once. Just thinking about my child being forced into bathrooms and spaces that do not match their appearance, that is what scares me and makes me feel unsafe, not the thought of sharing a space with a trans person.
This bathroom bill does not make anybody safer. It's an invitation for the general public to police and challenge somebody's right to use a public space based on arbitrary standards of femininity and masculinity. So what if someone thinks you're not manly enough to be in the men's bathroom, or that you're not feminine enough to be in the women's bathroom? This bill will harm not just trans people, but all people by encouraging anybody to challenge whether or not someone belongs in a space. It is vague, lacks enforcement mechanism, and is a malicious attempt to force trans people out of public spaces. Last night, as I was preparing my testimony, my 8-year-old was with me, and we were talking about this bill and what it means for them, and they put together a statement, which I'd like to read. My name is Emily, and I use they, them pronouns. I'm 8 years old, and I live in Hooksett. I'm a trans kid, and since transitioning, it's been an entirely different life. It's been scarier because some people don't understand what trans people are going through, but I like it more than how it was before. Before, it felt like something was missing, and now I feel like me. I like being a trans kid. I like that I've met nice people that support me and other trans people. I'm here to ask you to stop this bathroom ban bill. It's important to me to be able to use the bathroom that makes me feel most safe. I've had people ask me why I'm in a certain bathroom. It's scary and makes me anxious and uncomfortable to answer questions about what bathroom you are in and why you use it. People guess on how you look and sound, and sometimes they can be wrong. I think trans people should have the right to do all the things everybody else can do, like be safe and use the bathroom without questions. Support trans kids like me by stopping this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, thank you again. Anne Marie Banfield. Good afternoon.
Hello. Don't start that yet. I gotta find my testimony. Normally. Okay. Good afternoon, Anne Marie Banfield. I'm from Northampton. I'm a parental rights advocate in New Hampshire, and I have been for about 20 years now. I normally focus on excellence in education. So I come here in support. I'm not going to speak on the second bill, both bills. The very first phone call I received years ago was from a mother of a little boy who was emotionally upset by the presence of a biological girl in the boys' restroom. He had been taught to respect and to always treat girls with kindness. He did not know how to handle the situation, and he was distraught over having to use the bathroom with the biological girl. The same thing happened in New Boston, as you heard earlier. This is a bigger impact on boys than I think you realize. In Kearsarge, parents have just basically given up for their daughters. Not all. I'm not speaking for all parents, but I can tell you I'm speaking for many of attended Kearsarge school board meeting in the past too. When the biological boy plays on their soccer team and has to go into the locker room with these girls, it's a very uncomfortable situation, as you can imagine. And when the girls spoke up, they were punished for not going along with this. And the girls are uncomfortable with the situation. They are called intolerant, transphobe, or they just bury their feelings. They've been silenced. So I'm here today to say that we're not going to sit down, shut up, and remain silent anymore. Women fought too long for our rights to give up now. We will not allow the younger generation of girls to be treated this way again. They have a voice, and they should be encouraged to use it. I do understand there's a different viewpoint. I do understand that there's a different perspective. The girls feel violated, uncomfortable, and nervous. That's the terms that they use. This can break down their natural modesty, and if there's ever a time when they are faced with danger, they may ignore that warning signs because now they've been treated and punished the way that they've been treated and punished. When the girls have felt uncomfortable, they are told to ignore those feelings for the sake of tolerance. Ignore and disregard your own natural instincts that keep you safe. Women are not supposed to be silenced, and we are not going to shut up, and we are not going to go away. Peyton McNabb is the individual girl that was harmed, physically harmed and permanently damaged from a volleyball game when a transgender male boy smacked the ball into her face. You were asking, Senator, for an example in your district. I'll give you an example. I attended a school board meeting in Northampton with an 8th grader about a year and a half ago. You can check with the school. They'll verify it. And she spoke before the school board.
We'll wrap it up.
30
Sure.
seconds.
15, 20
She
seconds.
spoke before the school board saying that if you allow boys into the restroom, girls are going to hold it all day and ask them, practically beg them not to do it. We are dismissing the feelings, natural feelings of girls. And I do understand that there's two sides, and I'm not saying that the other side has to be ignored. But I can tell you that there are real problems. I have heard it for years from parents, and they're not going to speak up because they don't want the backlash. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Ty, T-H-O,
Anyone named Ty?
yeah, Ty would do it.
T-Y-E?
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay.
There's a lot of doctors here today.
Sam Hawkins. Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Sam Hawkins. I am here today representing NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. And as an organization committed to promoting the wellness of every Granite Stater, we are deeply concerned about the negative impacts of discrimination on mental wellness, and we believe that these impacts have been consistently demonstrated. As such, we are firm in our opposition to any policy that we feel further stigma or enables discrimination. By rolling back the protections currently under state law, this bill will expose Granite Staters to discrimination in their communities, in their workplace, in treatment, and beyond. This would have a chilling effect not only on our transgender and non-binary neighbors, but on their friends, their families, their loved ones, and the communities they have found and formed in our state. This isn't in my written testimony, but I feel I would be remiss not to mention, and I want to be very clear, I'm in no way assigning intent, but there is data that indicates that just us having this conversation, repeatedly considering these policies, is doing harm to the mental health of young people. And I feel it is very important to consider that as we move through these proceedings. In closing, NAMI New Hampshire believes that all Granite Staters deserve to live full, healthy, safe lives alongside their neighbors in their communities as who they truly are. And for that reason, we respectfully ask the committee to please vote down Senate Bill 268 and any similar policies, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Seeing none, moving on.
Thank you.
Lynn Lippett. Afternoon, Ms. Lippett.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Lynn Lippett, a resident of Milford, New Hampshire, and I have trans family members and friends I care deeply about who are at risk of being adversely impacted by SB 268. Trans people have existed forever and will continue to exist, and they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. I oppose SB 268 and other bills like this for three important reasons. These bills remove freedoms and inflict harm on a vulnerable group of people. Trans people have been protected by New Hampshire's anti-discrimination laws for years based on the due diligence of prior legislators and the support of the majority of New Hampshire citizens. And nothing of substance has changed, just the political climate. There is no evidence that trans people using the bathroom of their true gender, participating in sports, or being in a shelter, prison, or other publicly funded facility has caused harm to others. If an individual member of any group causes harm, there are laws that cover that. The fear that an individual might cause harm is not a reason to deny a group of people their freedom and liberty. These bills purport to protect non-transgendered women and girls from being exposed to sexual assault in a public restroom, or maybe a locker room or wherever. Women's bathrooms have private stalls, making this an issue for perverts or people intent on committing a crime, which are not trans people in bathrooms. There is no evidence that trans people are doing this, and again, there are laws in place that cover it if they do. To require people who have transitioned to use the bathroom of the sex they were assigned at birth will be more disruptive to women, since non-transgendered people often do not appear any different than many non-transgendered males. How will women and girls know if it's a cisgendered pervert in the bathroom and not a trans person? They're not going to be able to tell by how they look. Trans feminine gendered people will be endangered by being required to go into men's bathrooms. But most important, trans people will be caught between breaking the law or being harassed, bullied, and perhaps even worse. Is this just another way to out trans people and not really for the protection of women? Enforcement of these bills will be difficult, costly, and highly invasive. How are these bills going to be enforced? Are law enforcement officers going to be posted at every public bathroom? Are police going to be called each time someone questions a person's gender? And if they're in the right bathroom? If any person can question someone's identity when they use the public bathroom, it can be used to harass and intimidate cisgendered women as well as trans people. For these reasons and more, I oppose SB 268 and other bills like this, and I urge you to please oppose this bill or at a minimum, please vote inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lippett. Do we have any questions? Thank you. Michaela Fischler. I see so many different spellings. I have women in my life who are Michaelas, all spelled differently. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm Michaela Fischler from Manchester. I'm here to express my opposition to SB 268, as this allows for public and private institutions to discriminate against transgender individuals by requiring them to use restrooms and locker rooms inconsistent with their gender. And many who have spoken before me, I'm going to go off script here, have said it all way better than I can. And I just want to express my confusion whenever I see bathroom bills, because what you're really doing is the current way things are, people will go into the restrooms that align with their gender identity. If we make it so it has to be your biological sex, then you're going to have people who look like men, that these people, like the senator who proposed this, you'll have people who look like men have to go into women's restrooms, and people who look like women will have to go into men's restrooms. So it really just doesn't make sense to make bills like this, because it's not adding this safety factor. You're not changing, you're making things worse. Like the people who support this, I don't understand, because it is the opposite of what you would want, because you're going to force these people who have been a trans man for 20 years to then go into a women's restroom, and that's going to make women uncomfortable. So it makes things worse to pass bills like this. And just on the other point of kids feeling uncomfortable, like a boy feeling uncomfortable with a woman or a girl in the restroom, I feel like a lot of that is how people have been raised. Because as others pointed out, kids these days are a lot smarter and they're a lot more understanding, and you're not born distrusting and hateful of those that aren't like you. And I feel like just communication and just talking, and there's discussion of confusion, just ask, just talk to a trans person. If people just did that, I feel like these issues would go away, because we're people too. I don't want to go into a men's restroom. That'd be very uncomfortable for everyone involved. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. It's Miss McKenna. I'm not sure if it's Frederica. Okay, I got through the FED part. Then I lost it. Nice to see you, Miss McKenna.
Nice to see you. My name is Fidelma, and I'm here to oppose this bill. Happy early Valentine's Day. I'm here to celebrate love, my love for my trans sibling, my trans friends, and my community members. I firmly believe that the world is a better place when we have the courage to express our true and authentic selves. And our trans community members are bravely standing up and doing that, and I thank them for it. As a certified nurse midwife who delivers babies in New Hampshire and an advanced practice nurse with 15 years in sexual and reproductive health, I just want to warn you that this bill is dangerous. Plenty of people have expressed it better than me. I believe that you are here serving on this committee out of an interest in the well-being of your constituents, not to further divisive political disputes coming from the national level. To that end, this bill puts your community at risk. With a master's in science, I have to tell you that study after study shows that when trans people are correctly gendered according to what identity they know to be true, suicide rates, alcohol and drug use, and depression and anxiety go down. Keep your community healthy. Keep these laws away from our state. We're proud New Hampshire citizens and do not want the state interfering in this arena. Live free or die is our motto. Please protect that. And protect the health, physical, and emotional well-being of your constituents by defeating this dangerous bill informed by incorrect understandings of medicine and science. Thanks. I won't be taking any questions.
Thank you. Erica Russell. Good afternoon, Ms. Russell.
Hi. My name is Erica Russell, and I'm here to oppose Bill number 268. As a healthcare provider, I've served in this community for nearly 30 years. I'm committed and even obligated to provide non-judgmental, supportive, and evidence-based care to my patients. I believe that my patients would suffer if this bill was passed, and here's how. An individual's mental health is linked to feeling heard and being able to live an authentic life in a way that aligns with their personal goals, their beliefs, and their gender identity. If we impose our judgment on what is allowed, depression, anxiety, fear, potentially suicide rates will increase. This is not just my belief. This is fact. This is fact based on experience. This is fact based on research. This is fact based on history. The concern that about trans individuals participating in sports or entering into particular bathrooms, I don't know. I think it's based on fear, not fact. I too have family members who will be adversely impacted by this legislation, who will have to choose a bathroom, for instance, that does not align with their particular gender identity and could potentially put them in physical or emotional danger. I urge you to consider that the destructive nature of imposing the views, the ideas of what's right, the feelings upon the actions and choices of others. This, I believe, is discrimination. Please consider the paramount importance of supporting the sexual, mental, and overall physical health of every member of the trans community. Thanks. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Robin Helrich? Heidrich? I think it's Helrich.
Anyone named Robin?
Okay.
Anyone named Robin?
No, she said she's not going to testify, so we're good. Okay. Michael Haley. Attorney Haley, good to see you, sir.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Michael Haley. I am from Derry, New Hampshire, and I am an attorney with GLBTQ Legal Advocates and Defenders, also known as GLAD Law. We are an organization that works in New England to create a just society that is free from discrimination on the basis of transgender status, HIV status, and sexual orientation. I want to be clear, I'm not here to harass or bully anybody. I know that was a concern that was voiced. I am also an adjunct professor at UNH Law, and I believe that teaching is the way to get people to see your perspective, and so I think this is an excellent teachable moment. My written testimony just mostly explores the a lot of arguments for why this bill violates federal law and the Constitution and exposes the state to litigation risk. Most specifically, with respect to sports, you're, I'm sure, familiar that last year the legislature passed and the governor signed a ban on transgender girls participating in girls' sports. And that bill was swiftly enjoined by a federal judge who determined that it violated both Title IX and the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. Now, I certainly heard from you, Senator Gannon, that you're concerned about girls participating in sports with transgender girls, and I want to hear and validate those concerns. I think that these are complicated issues, and the problem here is that we're looking for a one-size-fits-all simple solution. That's exactly what the judge said. Not that there's never that this is that anybody can play any sport anytime, whenever they want. That's never been the status quo in New Hampshire, but that a blanket ban on transgender girls participating in women's sports is violative of Title IX and of the Constitution. There are other more nuanced solutions to make sure that everybody has the ability to participate on fair terms, but a blanket ban is not that, and that's what the judge held in that case. Prior to HB 1205 last year, the New Hampshire Athletics Association had that type of nuanced policy, and I'm not saying that there's any such thing as a perfect policy, but it was working pretty well for people. And so I think this is just an area where the government doesn't need to get involved. I also want to hear the concern about, well, if we don't categorize or if we don't classify bathrooms based off of biological sex, what should we do? Should it be gender identity? What should it be? And I would say to that, right now, we just don't have a law that does that. And it's, I think, working pretty well for most people. I think that the governor was correct to veto this bill, a similar bill last year, when he said that this addresses a problem that has not presented itself in the granted state, and in doing so invites unnecessary discord. I'm happy to take any questions, particularly about the legal issues, but that's really the extent of my testimony.
Senator Abbas has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that the courts have made certain rulings. Has any of these, whether it's New Hampshire or any of these states, gone up to the Supreme Court?
No, they have not yet. We have one case argued in December of last year that discusses healthcare for transgender youth, and the outcome of that case might tell us a little bit more about how the Equal Protection Clause applies to transgender people. But with respect to classifying bathrooms and sports, those have not gone up yet. I would say Bostock, the case in 2020 that was decided by the current court composition, essentially, did determine that that discrimination on the basis of transgender status is sex discrimination and violates Title VII. So to the extent that that there have been concerns voiced about workplaces and how this bill is going to be implemented in workplaces, I think that you would run into a lot of problems potentially violating Title VII if an employer tells somebody which bathroom they can and can't use in violation of federal law, even if they were complying with the state law.
Well, it's the follow-up question. Thank you again for taking my follow-up question. In respect to sports, and I know my colleague mentions safety, I'm less persuaded by that on how I fall on this issue, in so much as the opportunity, perhaps opportunity lost in some cases. So I think it's more frequent that a trans woman will play on the girls' team versus a trans boy playing on the boys' team. And when you have a limited amount of spots on a team, is it fair, or any equality issues you're concerned about for the 12th girl on a basketball team that gets left off the team because a trans woman took that one of the spots?
I think that's a really legitimate concern, and I think that Title IX in particular has done a great deal to make sure that women have equal access to sports opportunities. The first response to that is that transgender people just make up such a very, very small population of that the number of opportunities that they have the ability to take, even if every single one of them took the lead spot on a team, is just minimal. But beyond that, sports are not just about winning. Sports are about finding community. Sports are about making friends. Sports are about learning about leadership. And when we're talking about fifth graders wanting to hang out with their friends and play soccer, I think that's very different from people who are potentially NCAA champions. And I think that just goes to the fact that we need a more nuanced and thoughtful approach to this than a blanket ban.
Go ahead, Senator.
And with Title IX, I mean, my understanding, the intent of that was to create more equal opportunities for women. I think when it was first drafted, it was meant to apply to biological women. So what I'm saying, if this is going to result in less opportunities for those biological women because they perhaps get left off a team, I mean, isn't that counterproductive to Title IX?
I would say that's not what the federal judge in the case here found, and she was well aware of that argument. It was made by the defendants in the case, and she acknowledged, and many courts have acknowledged, that our knowledge grows and changes over time, and what we may have understood to be sex discrimination in the past may not be what we understand to be sex discrimination now, and that's exactly what Bostock held, that probably when they passed Title VII, the senators and representatives were not thinking about transgender people because it was the 70s and it was just not a common concept. But the Supreme Court, again, in an opinion written by Justice Gorsuch, found that our understanding of this can change and that discrimination on the basis of transgender status is sex discrimination, and so the law prohibits it.
Thank you.
I only ask you this because you'll know. The Tyrell case in Plymouth, is that at an appeals court level now?
No, there's been a preliminary injunction entered, and the case is proceeding. That preliminary injunction was not appealed.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Where am I here? 268. Courtney Reed. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed.
Hi, good afternoon, committee. For the record, my name is Courtney Reed. I serve as policy advocate with the ACLU of New Hampshire, and I will be speaking in opposition to this bill. It feels important to level set by noting that transgender people have always existed and that no change to our state law nor any executive order will change that. But as we've heard from testimony from other individuals, what this bill would do is make transgender people unsafe and unwelcome in public life. It would open the door to the policing of bodies and embolden acts of cruelty in neighborhoods, stores, workplaces, or other civic spaces. And it would undo meaningful bipartisan work of this legislature only several years ago in complete disregard of long-standing, hard-won anti-discrimination laws at the federal level. I could talk about those more in depth, but I think it would be a better benefit to outline the potential fallouts of this bill. Ones where we might see an individual going through a job interview process. Would they have to disclose their transgender status to their employer to make sure that they're safe at their workplace? Would a mall security officer have to stand guard outside of the bathroom, potentially targeting or clocking someone who goes into the restroom because she looks too muscular? I know that you've likely seen the stories of cisgender women being inappropriately targeted while using the bathroom simply because of how they present. With no enforcement mechanism in mind, I think this really begs the question of what the desired outcome is of this bill. There's data that shows that when we have inclusive policies where individuals can use restrooms that adhere to their gender, we see it reduces in rates of assault. But when the inverse is true, we see spikes in rates of assault and harm to transgender and non-binary individuals. All of this mirrors the words that Sununu wrote when he vetoed this bill last year, that it creates a solution to problems that just aren't presenting themselves in the Granite State. To echo our colleague at Gladlaw, there are significant Title VII, Title IX concerns. There are also concerns about conflicts with the Prison Rape Elimination Act and the New Hampshire Department Correction policies, as well as Eighth Amendment concerns and equal right protections concerns. But really, the real consequences of this bill
lie in the stories that you've heard today from people who are afraid that their lives are going to be turned upside down, constantly in a guessing game about whether or not they're in a safe space. And so I want to close by noting that true equality under the law doesn't mean that we can pick and choose when and when not to discriminate on someone based on their transgender status. But that's exactly what this bill would do, with devastating consequences to the mental health and dignity of the transgender community. And so I urge you to consider these stories as well as these litigation concerns and to vote ITL on this bill. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. I do have more outline details about those policy concerns in my written testimony for you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. If this, I'm talking about Senate Bill 268, you said that this became law, it would create safety concerns or safety issues. If this were law, what are the exact safety issues that you're concerned about?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I think the testimony that we've heard today really speaks for itself about the safety concerns that transgender people will have about whether or not they might face harassment in the restroom simply for perhaps not presenting as being cisgender, not fitting into these boxes that would allow them to use the men's or the women's restroom. But on top of that, I think there are also concerns not only about the safety in these places, but also about whether or not employers could retaliate and have disciplinary actions should they use the restroom that they use in every other space in their life. I think that the question about whether or not someone could be fired or perhaps face civil litigation in these cases is also really concerning.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you. Sarah Smith.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I have to listen on the line because I can't hear in here, so.
Thank you for coming today.
Of course, it's going back, it's 2 minutes behind what's actually.
The red mic.
The other microphone's on, but.
Thank you. I gotta shut this off because I can, now it's going to be talking.
So if you could.
It goes right to my hearing aid, so it's not bothering anyone.
If you want to.
Oh.
If you could just talk to us, that would be good too.
Okay.
And we'll read any of your testimony later, but go ahead.
Sarah Smith, Pembroke, New Hampshire. I oppose this bill, which places restrictions on a class of people, those who are transgender, just as putting restrictions such as separate bathrooms for Black or white people became understood to be discrimination based on who they are, so should this bill. I grew up like most people in the 60s with the learned fear of phobia against many people who are different. I say learned because I have extremely good memory and can remember hearing from classmates how so-and-so was queer, which I'd never heard before, with the disgust in their voice conveying how that was to be avoided. I think our brain is wired to pick up signals like that, to encode in a primitive part of our brain what we are to avoid, such as things that might kill us. Just remember how for hundreds of years people avoided tomatoes because they thought they were poison. So this is a strong reflex. So I understand this phobia of people who were queer. However, as Bishop Eugene Robinson explained to me, people overcome this when they meet and get to know someone who is part of the queer community. As he was out and people got to know him, they realized what a good person he was and elected him the Episcopal Bishop of New Hampshire. And so acceptance grew and same-sex marriage became the law of the land. And as I grew older, I realized that trans people I knew were good people too, and their basic humanity was no different from mine or yours. I now know dozens of lovely trans and non-binary people of all ages. Laws are meant to restrict a behavior such as harassment or assault, not a class of people. People are not illegal. Actions are. But these actions must also harm another person or property. Going to the bathroom does not harm anyone else. No problem incidents have been recorded since the non-discrimination law became law that I'm aware of. But maybe that's because there's privacy literally built into the way women's bathroom facilities and locker rooms have been. I've seen private changing facilities and locker rooms. This is a law without a problem to solve. Please get to know some trans people so you will see that they are not strange or basically different. No one is exactly alike, and everyone experiences some ways that they are different from others. We should not forget that. I wish that right now we could all stand up, walk around, and get to know some of the other people who are different from us right now. It might change our perspective on how we view things. And that is my testimony.
Thank you very much.
I have also been given testimony from another person. If you would like me to read that now, it's on the list.
You could submit it or they could submit it. It's just we have so many people.
You can email it to the
You
committee.
can email it to us, the committee, but I'm not going to have you read someone else's. It just would never get through the night.
You're not going to allow me to read them? Okay.
No, I mean, you could have 4 of them and then I could have other people. It just.
I don't know how to forward
No,
them
no,
here.
I'm in the interest of everyone getting heard tonight.
It's only like 100 words, but okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Beth, do I pronounce it Skyra? I've seen your last name before. How do you say it?
It's Beth Scare.
Scare, okay.
I'm from Nashua, and my husband, Stephen Scare, couldn't be here because he's working, so I'm going to read his testimony. Good afternoon, Chairman Gannon and distinguished members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I urge this committee to vote ought to pass an SB 268, recognizing the important objective reality of sex, as opposed to allowing boys and men to classify themselves according to ethereal, and subjective gender identities. The most common objection is allowing females to have their own sports and private spaces is the lurid Handmaid's Tale fantasy that this would violate girls' privacy by requiring an inspection of their genitals. How can I take this seriously when the people who push this narrative have no idea what a girl is and have already established laws forcing girls to strip in front of their male classmates? It's disingenuous to claim that it's hard to distinguish between males and females. The remote possibility that a male could cheat by passing as a female isn't a good reason not to have laws protecting women's sports. Another specious argument is that males don't have an advantage in sports. Although there are physiological differences among individuals, girls have a categorical disadvantage against boys in height, strength, lung, and heart capacity. This is why a boys 15 and under team beat the U.S. women's soccer team in a scrimmage in 2017. And what's a transgender child? What's a gender identity? According to New Hampshire law, gender identity means a person's gender-related identity. And how do we know if someone's transgender? Former director of Dartmouth Health's transgender health program, Dr. John Turco, said, "There's only one test I know of to determine gender identity, and that is to ask that person." Gender ideology relies on circular reasoning and stereotypes. Gender identity is a gender identity. A transgender person is someone who says he's transgender, and a girl is someone who says that she's a girl. None of this is grounded in reality, much less science. Why have we traded the biological reality of our sex bodies for feelings? Most importantly, it's cruel to encourage the medical industry to subject boys to puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones when every systematic review has concluded that these are harmful treatments with a low evidence base that don't reduce suicide, which is rare among trans-identifying minors. I've included more information on the second page of my testimony. Please vote to protect girls and women's sports and spaces. And I'm happy to answer questions if you have them about his testimony.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Lynn Jackos?
So you can get the first names. Yeah, it's the last name.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm here to read the testimony of Lynn Jackos, who is co-founder of 603 Equality from Dover, New Hampshire. They, them pronouns. Dear members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I stand in strong opposition to SB 268 and SB 38. These mean-spirited bills allow discrimination in restrooms against transgender and non-binary people and anyone who is perceived as at all gender non-conforming. In 2017 and 2018, I managed the successful effort to update New Hampshire's law against discrimination to include protections for transgender people in employment, housing, and public spaces, which passed with broad bipartisan support. Opponents of non-discrimination tried to further the false bathroom predator myth, but in the 7 years since the non-discrimination law passed, there has been no uptick in safety incidents in restrooms. Many times over, in 2017 and 2018, people who know and love transgender people had to state time and time again the simple, obvious fact that we all care about safety and privacy in restrooms, including transgender people. There is no evidence to support otherwise. Villainizing the LGBTQ community when they are not the predators in the bathroom is fueling a long-standing anti-LGBTQ stereotype. I suspect that the authors of this bill did not explicitly target employment discrimination because they knew it would be incredibly unpopular and unconstitutional, as the Supreme Court in Bostock and Clayton County ruled that employment discrimination against gay and transgender people is unlawful sex discrimination. However, these bills are employment discrimination bills because restrooms cannot be separated from employment. If employers are allowed to discriminate in restrooms, their transgender employees cannot safely use the restrooms at their jobs. What if every job a transgender person is applying to allows discrimination in their restrooms? Where is the transgender employee supposed to go? For all people, including transgender people, being able to use the restroom is essential to being able to navigate all parts of public life. How is this law to be enforced? Is a business owner going to be able to ask someone to pull down their pants to prove their gender? That would be an actual invasion of privacy, enabling real predators to try to decide who is feminine enough and who is not. Example of a transgender woman with short hair being harassed in a women's bathroom shows that enabling unfounded fear about who's in the wrong bathroom has consequences beyond transgender people. Thank you.
Just a quick question for you, because a lot of people who are here today who have testified, the bill, I think when I reread the bill, I only see that the bathrooms are a privacy interest. I never see the authors of the bill saying anything about predators in the bathroom.
Okay, and I personally, because I'm reading this testimony, I don't want to answer for Lynn's. And that is what I'm good.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I'll read back. Thank you very much for your testimony. Lisa Bauer Kim. Liza, Lyssa. Oh. No, but I'll go with the Bode one somewhere.
You're up.
You're up anyways, you're here, so. I do see you, Lisa Bowden, New Hampshire Council of Churches. Okay. You weren't who I was after, but you're going to do fine. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead.
I did not intend to jump the line. I heard Lisa.
No, you're fine.
Great. Chairman Gannon and members of the Judiciary Committee, for the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. You all know me typically to be in front of you regarding disability policy. I have the pleasure currently of serving as the half-time executive director of the New Hampshire Council of Churches, which is comprised of 7 denominations and over 300 churches across New Hampshire. The council's members are people of faith who believe that all people are created in the image of God, imbued with inherent worth and dignity. There are those, however, who would invoke Christianity to justify discrimination against transgender people. But the council would like you to know that gross misappropriation of Christianity does not speak for the true gospel of Jesus Christ. Scripture is clear. Jesus called us first and foremost to love one another, to care for the marginalized, and to reject the legalism that prioritizes rigid rules over human dignity. John chapter 13, verses 33 to 34 says, Jesus commands us, "A new command I give you, love one another as I have loved you, so must you love one another. But this, everyone will know, by this, everyone will know that you are my disciples if you love one another." Jesus' radical love was never conditional. He embraced the outcast, dined with those deemed unworthy, and challenged the religious elite who sought to use faith as a weapon of exclusion. To follow Christ is to stand in solidarity with our transgender siblings, ensuring that they are treated with the same love, justice, and respect that Jesus extended to all. Discrimination in the name of faith is not faith at all. It is a distortion. The New Hampshire Council of Churches urges you to reject policies that harm trans people and instead uphold the values of dignity, inclusion, and love that lie at the heart of true Christianity. I will urge you to vote ITL on SB 268, and I will email my testimony.
Thank you very much. Very good. Jennifer Smith? That was a really good name.
Hi, good afternoon, Senators.
Good afternoon.
I will send written testimony. I am a medical doctor, and that will be in my testimony, and I'm happy to answer questions related to that. I've given testimony many times around this subject in the last several years because these bills keep coming back. But I want to speak, and I'm glad it's right after Lisa, as a Christian. There is a lot of misunderstanding, and I grew up, I'm 76, I grew up in a period when the gender binary was very seriously enforced, and even homosexuality was demonized, severely demonized. And, you know, before I went to school with both older brothers and an older sister, I had to finally be told to stop wearing my sister's clothes, which I found very hard and continued to find hard for the rest of my life. There were a number of things that helped me. I'm very athletic. I love sports. And I happen to be more attracted to women. So I like to call myself doubly queer. But it took me until my 40s and a lot of disasters in my life from playing the part, which did not fit me. I was playing a game all the time, just having to check myself. And finally, with the help of some counseling, I began to see the light. But I have been very much interested in Christian scripture and Jewish scripture for that matter. And I was reading through, I decided to read through after a conference I went to, Matthew. And it's interesting that a lot of people who are opposed to the being anything other than male and female. I'd like to quote from Matthew 19 at the beginning about God having joined a man and woman when Jesus was asked a question, but he was asked a question specifically about a case. This is the legislation that's often known as the divorce legislation in Scripture. It's twice in Matthew, actually, but in this case, afterwards, Jesus had this to say: "For there are eunuchs who have been so from birth." I'll point out that that's transgender, and you have nothing in this that helps us with the issue of transgender people who you've heard about today. And there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by men, and thank God that's not something that generally happens, though I suppose in some society it still does. And there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. That just blew me away. And it was very helpful because, well, it's often been interpreted as not being interested in sex. It's even been mistranslated as unfit for marriage. It specifically says eunuch. I realized that my need to get rid of male hormones was overwhelming. I did so. I have been transgender.
I don't mean to interrupt, but if you can wrap it up,
Right. I have been transgender from a hormonal status for more than 30 years. It would be very uncomfortable now to be forced to go into men's locker rooms when I go play tennis. Thank you. I will be happy to take questions, and I will send you email, and we'll have my email address, obviously, that you can ask me further questions or set up a time to talk.
Sounds great. No questions? Very good. Thank you very much. David Trumbull? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill. I'd like to start with the concept that the law has the purpose of educating. And at the end of this, you will either educate our society that we should be a welcoming and inclusive society, or that we should be an exclusive society and people should be afraid of people who are different than themselves. From a legal perspective, this bill tries to use the compelling state interest to justify taking away the civil rights of trans people. You know, as lawyers, if you're going to use the compelling state interest, you're now into what's called a strict scrutiny test. That law also has to be narrowly tailored, and it has to be the least restrictive alternative. But a flat-out ban is neither of those things. Let's take a look at bathrooms, for example. The obvious less restrictive alternative would be simply to mandate that all public places have at least one non-gender specific bathroom. That would solve the problem. That's a less restrictive alternative. But what you're doing by passing this bill is taking away the civil rights of LGBTQ people, specifically trans people. They have the right to free speech and free assembly, but they won't be able to go to public hearings for their school board, their town meeting, or at the State House because there's not a bathroom that they can safely use. This bill will restrict the civil rights of trans people when there's a less restrictive option out there. As for sports, the same thing. A flat-out ban is not the less restrictive alternative. I testified last year in front of you, Senator, and gave you the study from the Canadian Center for Sports and Ethics. They looked at over 10 years worth of studies and said that when children take testosterone suppressing drugs for 12 months, there is no difference from a safety point of view or from a competition point of view. That's the obvious less restrictive alternative, but you're not doing that in this bill. Instead, you're taking away the right of trans girls and trans women to compete. You probably know Sally Jenkins. She is one of the greatest advocates for women's sports in American history. You know what the Hall of Fame is. There is also a Hall of Fame for sports writers and sportscasters. She's the first woman who was ever inducted into that Hall of Fame. She's written a couple of really great articles recently, and she said, these flat-out bans miss the point of sports. She says, don't turn women athletes into thin-stemmed orchids who need a savior. Instead, The women's sports movement can stand on its own feet. It's going to take time to come work this through. She says, let's have a legal framework. Let's have a scientific framework. But she says these bans are based in bigotry. As for prisons, the same thing you've heard. The compelling state interest of the trans prisoner is to not be sent to the wrong prison and get raped. The less restrictive alternative is obvious, to allow them to remain in the prison where they feel safe, or if you need to, allow them to be separated, certainly, from people who would be a danger to them. But again, the point is, you're going to decide what kind of a state we have. Either we're going to fall down and be afraid of people who are different from us, or we're going to be a welcoming state. What kind of New Hampshire do you want? Thank you.
As much as I should anymore. The compelling state interest, couldn't it be argued that it would be the compelling state interest of females versus, are you looking at it the opposite way that I would be? The author of the bill, I think, was looking at it, the compelling state interest of the woman, women in general, the girls outside the trans in the bathroom, where you're looking at it from the point of view of the trans person.
Okay, so two things. When you get into the compelling state interest test, you have to do two things. First is to weigh the two compelling state interests. So you're saying that biological...
Privacy rights. So
privacy right. Okay, I grant you, there is an issue there. You've heard some testimony. On the other side, with bathrooms, you lose civil rights because you can't go to public hearings. So you have two compelling state interests going against each other. But the second thing you have to do when you get into the compelling state interest test is anytime you restrict somebody's civil rights, it has to be narrowly tailored and has to be the least restrictive alternative. You could mandate that non-gendered bathrooms in every public place. That's a less restrictive alternative than banning people's civil rights. So you have to do both things. You have to weigh the competing compelling state interests, and then you also have to make sure that whatever restriction you have is the least restrictive alternative. A flat-out ban is certainly not the least restrictive alternative.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
I might not agree with you, but it's your testimony, so
okay,
that's fine.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, we had one more. Senator Abbas had a question. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And I'm just talking about your testimony. You said that if this were to become law, that members of the trans community would feel unsafe coming to the State House and testifying before public hearings because they wouldn't have a bathroom to use. What safety concern are you referencing? And I'm talking about just bathrooms, because I hear people talk about harassment. Now, whether someone's in the men's room or women's room, and if they're being harassed by anyone, I mean, I think that's a concern of all of us. We don't want anyone being harassed, regardless of what community or what their gender identity is. It's not fair to anyone. But I guess my question is, what's the exact safety concern you're talking about?
Okay, so two answers. One is if you want to eliminate harassment, then have non-gender specific bathroom, a separate bathroom, a third bathroom, if you will. But you say, what's the safety concern? There's been 20 or 30 people before me who have testified, trans people who have said they feel unsafe, or they would feel unsafe if you passed this law and now they're forced to go into the wrong bathroom. That's the safety concern.
Well, I understand the prior testimony, because the safety concern I hear both sides. Some people feel unsafe the other way around. They feel unsafe because there is a trans woman in the bathroom. We've heard both sides. I'm not agreeing with anyone on this. That's what we hear. But when you say there's safety concerns, is it because of harassment in the restrooms? Like, what's the safety concern you think is going to stop people from coming here if this became law?
If a trans woman comes to the State House and is forced to use the men's bathroom where they feel unsafe, then they're not going to come to public facilities like their schools, their town halls, their state houses, because they will feel at some point they're going to need to use the bathroom during the day. So they're going to say, it's an unsafe place for me to go. I now lose my freedom of association. I lose my freedom of speech. I lose my right to participate in my own government.
And what do we say to the people who are in the men's bathroom or the women's bathroom, and they raise the same safety concern, but in the opposite? They feel unsafe because there's a trans person in the bathroom.
Then they could go to the non-gender specific bathroom that you're going to create, which would be the less restrictive alternative. If somebody's walking around saying, oh my gosh, I don't think I can go to the men's bathroom because there might be a trans woman in there, that person should probably be using bathroom type number 3. I don't think there's a lot of people like that in the world. You've had this law, the status quo in effect since 2018. There haven't been that many issues, certainly not enough that you have a lot of people going around saying, I'm afraid to use the men's bathroom. I don't know a single man who's afraid to use the men's bathroom. So I'm not saying there can't be somebody out there. So put in the third type of bathroom. That solves your problem for them. But if we pass this bill, you take away the civil rights of all the trans people in this state.
What do you say to the biological women who say that they're afraid if they see a trans woman in the bathroom?
Again, I don't know how many there are, but if you create a mandate to have a third bathroom, then they can use that freely. The other thing is, as somebody testified, they've been to Europe, and that's the way it is over there. They have non-gender specific bathrooms, and they're getting along just fine. So I don't know if you've ever been to Europe or not, but there's no reason to pass a ban that's going to take away people's rights when there's other alternatives on the table.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my questions.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for the question.
Questions? Nope. Thank you very much. Lisa Lee.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Sorry to keep you so long.
You're fine. I've never done this before. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me, please.
I could challenge you to just talk, not
Okay.
read, but that might be too much. Go ahead. Do whatever you want.
I'm Lisa Lee. I've lived in Manchester for 23 years, and I've been a member of the New Hampshire Bar for 23 years. I oppose these proposed amendments as a human being and as an attorney. I personally identify as a cis woman. I have the pleasure of knowing members of the trans and non-binary communities. I also have friends who are parents of people in the trans and non-binary communities. It now really embarrasses me to admit this, but until about 5 or 6 years ago, I didn't really know anything about gender identity issues. And it scared me. And I'm not proud to say that in front of all of you today. I've learned a lot over the last few years, and I have a long way to go. As an attorney, I'm proud of New Hampshire's current Anti-Discrimination Act. It expressly prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex and gender identity, expressly. My opinion is that this proposed amendment expressly permits and even emboldens discrimination against the trans and non-binary communities. It also encourages the policing of bodies of people in a manner that is deeply unsettling to me. These proposed exceptions will swallow the rule, so to speak. I've heard some purported rationale about protecting women and girls. I've seen no actual or compelling evidence that there are threats to girls or women from the trans and non-binary communities beyond hypothetical concerns and hyperbole. Before I end, I just want to say I'm 6'1", and I wish I were a better feminist, but I'm not going to put my weight on the record. But when I was 11, I was 6'1", and I played sports, and I was awesome. And you know what? All the parents on the other teams hated it, and they tried to get me kicked off. And I'm not likening my experience to any trans people, but I'm just saying that there's diversity, and it's very difficult. And I think I just would echo what the person who just spoke said about the compelling state interest being narrowly tailored. And I thank you all for listening, and I thank everyone in this room who's had the courage to speak.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Nope. Thank you. Sarah Kelly? Good evening.
Good evening now, yeah. Good evening, members of the chair, members of the committee. Point of clarity before I give my testimony. So we started on SB 38, correct?
No, we haven't done that yet.
Okay, so we'll be recessing that and continuing that at a later date, I'm assuming.
No, we're going straight
Going
forward.
straight through?
Yeah,
Hell
we
yeah, let's go. All right.
A lot of days like this.
Just wanted to make sure. All right. I'm Sarah Kelly. I live in Nashua, and I oppose SB 268 on the grounds that it is unconstitutional. I swore an oath to protect the Constitution from enemies both foreign and domestic when I enlisted in the Marine Corps in 2015, and I hold myself to that oath to this day. SB 268 proposes an addition to amend RSA 354 TAC A1, known as the Laws Against Discrimination. When you read the existing definition and the proposed amendment, they are in direct opposition to each other. Paragraph 1 states clearly and plainly that discrimination against sex and gender identity threatens the peace, order, health, safety, and general welfare of the state and its inhabitants. Whereas the amendment, paragraph 2, fully accepts and strongly endorses classification of persons based on biological sex is proper because such classification serves the compelling state interests of protecting the privacy rights and physical safety of such persons and others. In other words, to quote George Orwell's Animal Farm, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. SB 268 wears a mask disguising itself as public safety, but what it really is a form of sexual discrimination against some of the most vulnerable members of our community. I want to be very clear. When we start making exceptions to our Constitution, it doesn't stop with one marginalized group. It starts there. Allow me a moment to recite a poem by Pastor Martin Niemöller. I'm most likely pronouncing that incorrectly, and I apologize. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. If our constitutional rights are based on who is currently in power, then we have no rights at all. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heather Burns. I've had a lot of easy ones. I never saw Rep. Horgan. Rep. Horgan hasn't been around, right? Okay. He'd be next if he's, I would have called him earlier, but I haven't seen him.
Good
Go
afternoon.
ahead, ma'am. I'm
Good
sorry.
afternoon. Thank you so much to members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I was afraid the hearing was going to end before I got my chance, but I was prepared to stay as long as it took. My name is Heather Burns. I'm a resident of Concord, and I'm also an employment attorney with Upton and Hatfield here in Concord, just around the corner. In addition, I'm a past president and current member of the New Hampshire Association for Justice, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in strong opposition to Senate Bill 268. I have spent my entire career fighting for individual rights in New Hampshire and for fighting for aggrieved individuals, primarily in the employment context. I oppose Senate Bill 268 in part because it denies access to justice for trans individuals. And the NHAJ is always against restricting access to justice for individuals. This bill takes away protections from trans individuals. And I want to remind everyone, and I know I'm not the first to do it, but that trans individuals were just added to our state anti-discrimination statute, RSA 354A, in 2018. And I brought with me today multiple copies that I'm happy to leave with you of the statement of intent for the committee report that added transgender to RSA 354A. And I'd like to read to you parts of it. It starts by saying that the bill would add gender identity to New Hampshire's existing Human Rights Act, RSA 354A, which already includes race, gender, religion, marital status, and sexual orientation, among others. They didn't actually put every category in the statement of intent. It states it would prohibit discrimination in employment, housing, and public spaces such as restaurants, businesses, and hospitals based on gender identity. It was noted in that statement of intent that the committee had heard many cases of actual discrimination from transgender individuals. And the statement of intent notes that at that time it was supported by employment lawyers like myself, by the Human Rights Commission, and by the BIA, an unlikely supporter of it. In addition, the committee heard support from chiefs of police association, who explained that the bill explicitly says that a gender identity cannot be asserted for an improper purpose, such as for using a bathroom or a locker room to commit a crime. And finally, that statement of intent stated that the committee heard testimony regarding the high rate of preventable suicide in the transgender community, noting that a staggering 41% of transgender respondents had reported attempting suicide compared to 1.6% in the general population. And finally, in my view, most importantly, the statement of intent said a bipartisan majority of the committee believe this bill will save lives and will lead to tolerance, acceptance, and the right to live free to all of New Hampshire's inhabitants, regardless of their gender identity. Senate Bill 268 would surely remove significant protections from transgender individuals. This is something we do not want to do in the great state of New Hampshire. In New Hampshire, we want everyone to be able to work. May I continue and finish?
Yeah.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
If a transgender individual cannot safely use a bathroom, it would be difficult for that person to work. As an attorney here in the state, I have represented several transgender individuals, including a physician, including an engineer. Transgender individuals in our state are productive members of the workforce, just like other employees we have represented who have been discriminated against on other bases. And as I'm sure you all know from watching the news daily, there's a lot going on in the courts regarding transgender individuals, both in the state and federal courts. There has been vigorous litigation, and no doubt these issues will ultimately be resolved at the U.S. Supreme Court. It would be prudent to take a wait-and-see approach here in the state of New Hampshire. It is truly premature for our legislature to even be considering any legislative changes that would negatively impact transgender individuals in New Hampshire. RSA 354 is an important protection for everyone in our state. And in 2018, this state made the decision to include that protection for transgender individuals. We should not backpedal on those protections now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Abbas has a question, if you'll take it.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
In an employment context, and I think for gender identity and applying discrimination, there's some obvious cases where, if you were to terminate someone's employment because of their gender identity, I think it's a clear as day that's discrimination. With this bill, in the context of the bathroom, mentioned they wouldn't safely be able to go to work because of this, if this became law. As a lawyer, what specific safety concerns do you have that would create?
Well, I have the safety concerns that have been expressed by many of the transgender individuals who were here today. I've been here since 2:30 and I've listened to a lot of testimony. The safety concerns I have are the ones that you've heard today, of people being afraid who are a transgender individual going into a bathroom that they have been mandated to go into when it doesn't conform to their gender identity. I think that's a safety concern. And I think that if people cannot safely go into a bathroom of their choosing, they're not going to be able to work, and they're not going to stay in the state of New Hampshire to work. We are going to lose capable, important individuals, smart people, because if they can't use a bathroom, they're not going to stay here.
Well,
Thank you. It's a follow-up question.
Absolutely.
So if I understood your answer correctly, then just by requiring, a trans woman to use the men's room, that in and of itself is the safety concern? Or is
Yes.
it what that person would experience in the bathroom?
How that person feels being mandated to go into a bathroom when it does not conform to their gender identity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rep. Horgan floating around, or he's gone? Okay. Anyone else wish to testify who we didn't get to? Okay. Come on down. State your name and where you're from.
I thought I'd put my name on there, but I guess.
I have another list. You could be on the other list for that.
I just put it on the other list.
Who knows? But
All right.
go ahead.
All right, thank you. When you say biological sex, sir, I'd like to know exactly which one you're talking about. Are you talking about the chromosomal sex?
You're giving testimony
Yes.
to me.
Okay.
He's happens to be the author, but he's just talked to us.
So let me just go through. My name's Shelley Wilkins. I'm transgender, male to female. You could say my chromosomal sex or my gonadal sex up until I was a teenager was male. And then I hit puberty. And then phenotypic sex came into place. That's the second type of biological sex. When biology talks about sex, there are 4. So the phenotypical sex is how you present. The gentleman, second from the right there, he says that he's male, and I believe him. But I know trans men that actually have more facial hair than you. You have behavioral sex. In other words, how somebody presents themselves in society and the societal and cultural norms. Cultural norms are different around the world. Then you got the chromosomal sex. Like the gentleman here was mentioning about the XX, XXY, XXYY, XYYY, and all the others. Gonadal would be intersex. You had mentioned concerns about safety of women in bathrooms, correct?
In sports, I did not have any safety concerns.
Okay, well, all right, with sports. Then when did the transgender people get cleared to compete in the Olympics? 2004. We never even were able, now admittingly their standards are much higher. Our testosterone levels have to be on the low end of cis women to actually compete. For 2 years, tested. Nobody was able to pass until 2021. There was one male to female transgender athlete was in his 40s. Couldn't even make the beginning lift that you needed to do, although several cisgender women did it because obviously there was a Pendium award done that for that event. I also would like to also point out that there's been some concern about women in the bathroom or men in the bathroom type thing. I would look at the bastion of the left, Breitbart, who in 2016 wrote an article on 25 cases. Do you know, out of the 25 cases, can you guess how many actually involved a transsexual? You would think 25 because they were trying to make trans people look as bad as possible. It was actually 6. 19 of them was basically, then there was this dude and he put a camera in the bathroom and blah, 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 blah. That's what basically 19 of the stories were. They could find 6. With concern of NCAA athletes, which is just the next step up from high school athletes. If I'm not mistaken, I believe there was less than 40 NCAA athletes, when there's actually 500,000 NCAA athletes total. So it's less than half of 1%. It's actually less than that. So if any questions, like I said, I don't know what biological sex you're talking about. There's 4 different types.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much.
Takes
And I opposed both of them, by the way.
and I had somebody else with their hand in the back. Come on up. You already testified, or no? I know you did.
I don't know how this works. Is this on?
Yep.
First, my name is Lissa Bain Kim. I'm just a member of the public. I'm a licensed clinical social worker as well, and I oppose 268. First, I also was going to read the testimony that was read earlier from Lynn's JCAL, but I have printed it out, so I wanted to share that.
Thank you.
So I've been sitting here all afternoon. I have all sorts of thoughts about what I wanted to testify about, and you had actually called my name earlier, but I didn't get up because there was this, to me, there's a lot of uncertainty, or maybe not uncertainty, but confusion on the terminology, privacy, safety. And I know this is not my place to be asking you guys, but I'm just wondering, I feel like there's a lot of discussion coming from the legislators talking about concern of safety, but when people who are lived experience of being transgender bring up safety concerns, those are not looked at as, or you keep asking the same question again and again. What are the safety concerns? Is this a bill about privacy? How do you define privacy? And is it not about safety when we're talking about the bathroom bill?
Again, I'm just a reader like you. There's three parts. There's a privacy part, I believe, in the bathrooms. There's a safety issue, I think was the point of the second. This is on page 2. And the third, prisons and other things, was a mix of, over the years, we've got a lot of testimony from the matrons and the people who run the prisons, and they have issues with, this is over 6 or 7 years total, privacy and safety issues they brought up time after time. So those are his 3 issues, I believe, in the bill.
Okay,
well. So the safety would be with sports, privacy is women, cis females in privacy in bathrooms, and the other stuff is more a mix between safety and privacy in prisons.
Okay,
And that's
well,
what
I
the bill
guess
encompasses, I think.
what I had been thinking about testifying about was about risk factors of people who commit sexual assault. And I know that perhaps that in your mind does not qualify for the bathroom bill, but as far as the section on prisons, if the factors for people, the risk factors of people commit sexual assault, if you look through all of that risk factors, and as a mental health clinician, I can, attest to these. Those factors have to do with, they listed out, you can go to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, which is, run by a grant from the CDC. There are all sorts of factors, including lack of concern for others, aggressive behavior, hostility towards women, all sorts of different factors. None of it lists gender identity. So I just feel like this law is, at least that section of it, that has to do with prisons and incarceration, is a law against the wrong factors. You're looking at things that are statistically not important. But I guess I just wanted to bring up again, or just clarify again, that it seems unclear or tenuous about if a lot of the testimony here in support of this bill has talked about safety, why are we not also highlighting the safety of transgender folk who are going into these bathrooms, the bathroom that they don't identify with? That's it.
Thank you for
That's
your
all.
testimony. Yep. I believe that's it. You guys both testified? So, no. But thank you. Anyone else new who hasn't? Otherwise, that ends finally 268. Thank you all for coming.
We have the other one?
We're going to do the other one.
Yeah.
Senator Avard. Oh, do you want a break? I'm sorry, we're going to take 3 or 4 minutes because I haven't let anyone go to the bathroom. So. I'm going to go to the bathroom too. Yes, sir.
And your gavel.
Did you like that hard one? Senate Judiciary is now back in session. We're hearing SB 38. The Honorable Kevin Avard is introducing the bill. And correct me if I'm wrong, Senator, but I believe this bill only deals with jurisdiction of the Human Rights Commission?
That is correct.
Okay, so if we all keep that in mind, that's all we're addressing. So thank you, Senator Avard. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Senator Kevin Avard, District 12. And while this bill touches on many of the same ideas of the previous bill, it is much narrower in scope. SB 38 limits the jurisdiction of the State Commission on Human Rights. It simply states that there is no grounds to file a complaint against any law or policy that requires single-sex bathrooms, sports teams, or correctional facilities based on biological sex. Please note that on line 18 that no public or private entity is required to separate based on biological sex. It simply says that the Human Rights Commission will not complain against policies that do so. Single-sex spaces are consistent with New Hampshire law, tradition, and science, and should not be the grounds for the a human rights complaint. And that's it.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Yes, Senator Oshler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Avard, for taking my question. Back to line 18 that you just mentioned. There is a statement of part 2, biological sex shall mean the male and female biological sexes. Was it your intention to present sex as a binary?
It is to recognize biological sex, Senator, as it is said.
May I follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Okay, so let me phrase my question in another way. In recognizing that there are also intersex people and there are other identities and biological classifications, is it your intention to classify biological sex as a binary between male and female?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm good.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your hard work today and for your patience.
Is Miss Wolf still here? I remember what she looked like, but I don't see her. So I think it was like a The or Theon, O-E-N at the end, Wolf. But I don't, is she still here?
Anyone with the last name Wolf?
I had seen her earlier, and she testified in the last bill, but I think she's gone. Which rep do we have here? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, we do. I'm sorry, Jerry, I missed you last time, but we see you this time, so come on down. I was seeing if there were other reps, but you're cornering the market, so.
For the record, Jerry Cannon, and I live out in Somersworth, New Hampshire. And speaking on this bill, I think the big question comes up is, that's not clear in this, is how would the information in this be used? Because currently the only organization that has the status of my gender is my medical care folks in the hospital. And they have me classified as a transgender male to female. All of my documents, though, do flag me as female. So we run into the situation of how should I be classified as far as the state is concerned? And is there any need for the state to have that information? I believe that my medical professionals are the ones that need it. The state should be treating me as the way I am living my life full-time.
Is that it?
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On your driver's license that is issued by the, do you have a driver's license issued by the state of New Hampshire?
I
should
do.
start there. Thank you. Okay.
And it says female.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative. You're all set.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
As well as my birth certificate in Massachusetts, it's been issued as female. Thank you.
Karen Como?
Thank you for letting me speak a second time. Karen Como from Meredith. And I really just want to clarify something, Senator Abbas. I hope I'm saying that correctly. It's related to questions that came up again and again in the previous one, but it's related. This is all the same thing. So it's related to this as well. If a trans person walks into a bathroom, their body language, what? Oh, their body language is soft. They are looking kind. They are consciously trying to look kind, gentle, not obtrusive, not harmful, because they don't want any issues, right? So they are not criminals. They are not going into the bathroom or the locker room to have any issues. And with respect to women's locker rooms, every gym I haven't been to a high school gym in a long time, but every gym I've belonged to, there is a private shower and changing room. Like, there's no privacy issue unless we're talking about criminals. And criminals is a different category than trans people. If a trans woman, right, has to go into a man's room, they're putting them at harm because you are putting a magnifying glass, you're putting a spotlight on them that they are trans, because they don't, in most cases, look like a man at all. And that's the difference. And it's important. So I'd like to answer any questions that you have about that, because it's important.
Thank you for testimony. Just one question. And when people mention safety concerns, I'm asking, some of the testimony, and it's over several different people, talked about concerns of being harassed, or when they would if a trans woman went into the men's room. And I look at that as, well, if someone's being harassed anywhere in this building, being harassed anywhere, it's wrong. So I guess my question is when I hear it's a safety issue, is it the concern of harassment? I'm just trying to get people to identify, maybe when they say safety, that can be, a safety concern can be broader. So perhaps there's different safety concerns people have. So I'm trying to get people to articulate exactly what those safety concerns are.
Yeah, so I mean,
I think you mentioned it, the spotlight may make someone feeling uncomfortable and feeling unsafe. I may not agree that that's the same thing, but if there's any specific safety concerns beyond the harassment issue, I think it would be helpful for the committee to hear it.
So there are some really mean people in the state. You've heard from a lot of very inclusive, kind people today, but that's not everybody. I've had a first cousin tell me if a trans person ever walks on his property, he's going to take the gun off his belt and he's going to shoot him. Like, there is severe hate here. And you're putting a spotlight on a trans person to force someone who presents completely as a female, who if we went into the women's room, nobody would even notice, to go into a men's room. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's very, very different, respectfully, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony again. Bonnie Reno. I think it was Nancy Bowen. Yeah, yeah.
You're up.
I'll give it to you. I'm giving you a C+ on penmanship. You can blame me. Blame me for my reading.
Well the first time too. I printed.
In fairness, my eyes aren't what they used to be.
He's asked for help with the names, and I couldn't help him either.
So my name is Nancy Brennan, as it was a couple hours ago, and I'm still from Ware. And I would like to start by reading a statement from somebody who couldn't be here, a fellow Ware resident, Danny Jean Stewart, who says, I'm a cisgender woman, my best friend is transgender, and we're so close that when people started asking us if we were sisters back in the 90s, we said yes, because we think of each other that way. She had to be certified a woman by 2 psychiatrists and a therapist and participate in all the therapy that suggests. And she had to have letters from each stating she's a woman before she could have any gender confirming surgery. So she was certified as a woman by medical professionals in order to have access to surgery, and well before she had surgery. So I am here to say trans women are women, trans men are men, and I oppose this bill. So that's Danny Jean Stewart. And for myself, if I can use the rest of my 2 minutes or whatever, safety. Every year I go to the Transgender Night of Remembrance, where we hold candles and people's lives are talked about. And some of those people have taken their own life because they just couldn't handle it anymore. And some of those people were murdered. Transgender women, and especially, I have a daughter from Chicago. Transgender women of color are often beaten up and murdered. It happens. You can research it. So when you ask, and it's a legitimate question, who feels safe, what are we talking about? That is in the psyche of all of these women who are told, no, you go to the men's room. They worry because it does happen. It's out there. I don't think it happens here much, but we don't want to be like that. I don't want to be like that. That's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That was one of our hard ones. Was that the same one? What do you say? You're much younger.
Simone?
Yeah, you're way off. It's not like Samantha.
Samantha?
Yeah. Okay, I thought it was, but I didn't want to.
When we called that name last time, no one came up, so I went with the different.
We're there now. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Judiciary Committee. I was a little confused when, is it Senator Abbas?
I go by Abbas. Abbas is also it can be pronounced that way as well. So.
Okay, so Senator Abbas, I'm a little confused if you were listening at all to my testimony, because I laid out pretty clearly the danger that I believe I, as a transgender woman, will face in a men's restroom. And I know that we're talking about human rights right now, and I will get to that in a second. But I really want to ask, did you not hear what I said? Or, it's a question.
You're here to testify
Okay,
to us, not
okay.
ask us.
So you guys want to talk about human rights? That's great. I love human rights. Recently, a political party, the New Democratic Party in Canada, came out and said that they are now in support and proposing that transgender people can seek political asylum in the state of Canada. Do you understand what that means? That means that the United States is becoming so dangerous for people like me that a country bordering us has a party proposing that we can seek political asylum. Okay, when I walk into a men's restroom, and if they think that I will repeat this again just to make sure it's really drilled into your head. If I walk into a women's restroom and they think that into a men's restroom and they think that I'm a cisgender woman, the exact people that you're trying to keep out of women's restrooms because you're worried they will harass and assault women will be in a small, enclosed space with me. And we had the sponsor of this bill came in here and he said, oh, well, I didn't force this myself or whatever. What does that mean? Does that mean he's going to beat us up? Do you think that's okay? Because that's not okay to me. What that sounds like to me is that this bill will allow people to take the law into their own hands, attacking people who go outside of the gender binary. And that is just disgusting. That is despicable. And I want to make it really clear. There is danger in this bill. Transgender people have been compared to many different groups that have had genocides committed against them. And I know that's a big word, it's a lofty word, but when you have politicians like Nancy Mace making their entire political stance opposition to us, violent opposition, as we heard from the sponsor of this bill, we are put in danger. And I wanted to live in New Hampshire for a good portion of my life. My family has been in the Merrimack River Valley for over 100 years. If a bill like this passes, I don't know if I will feel safe here. I'm already choosing to go out to Oregon, where I went to college, and live there, because I know that in Oregon, I won't be harassed by senators pushing for bills like this. It is ridiculous. And again, I cannot emphasize this enough. It is dangerous. Women like me will get hurt. Women like me are going to be first sexually assaulted. When they realize we're transgender, they will attack us. And you know what? There was a transgender person. This person was assigned female at birth, and they were forced to use, that their name was, I believe it was Next Bennett. They were forced to use a women's restroom, and the girls in there felt uncomfortable because they were very masculine presenting. You want to know what they did? They beat them up, and then they went home and killed themselves. That's not okay. And you know what? You can say all you want about cisgender women feeling threatened. They will never be threatened in the way that we are threatened by legislation like this. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Senator Abbas.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. I will say in your testimony, you were very clear about the safety concerns that you were worried about. But when you just say that in the context of some of the testimony, I thought it can be much broader than just concerns that you raised. So I know the concerns that you raised were very clear, but whether it's in the community or any other safety concerns that you think exist if this bill or even the prior bill became law?
Yeah, so I talked about the question was, can I bring up more safety concerns?
Yes.
So I talked about V-coding earlier. I talked about transgender women being placed in men's prison, and then bigoted guards. And I know that somebody got all mad because people are calling them a bigot. Maybe don't act like one if you don't want to be called a bigot. Transgender women being placed in men's prisons and placed specifically with men that the guards know will assault and kill them. And again, I mentioned this earlier. When I walk down the street now, I had never been catcalled before I was 20. I was 21 when I began transitioning. I had never been catcalled before that. Have you ever been catcalled? It's terrifying, okay? And I don't want to be in a small, enclosed space with the kind of people who would catcall me. And I understand you're worried about men dressing up as women and going in and assaulting people. That's already illegal to go in and assault somebody. You said yourself that it is already illegal if a transgender woman goes into a men's restroom and then somebody assaults them, it's illegal for them to be assaulted. The same works if I go into a men's restroom as a transgender person and I get assaulted. And the same works that if a man, a cisgender man, wants to dress up as a woman and put on this costume, even though it's not a costume, people like to think it is, and goes in and assaults somebody, that's already illegal. What this is racketeering. You've created this issue. You've said that there's this huge issue of transgender people, even though we're 0.5% of the population. And then you come in and you quote unquote fix this issue for your constituents. That way you can go home, pat yourself on the back, and then get reelected. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. No questions? Good, okay. Okay, we'll see who's still here. Nancy Buderman. Nancy, I don't know if it's a common name anymore.
It was a very common name in a certain time, place. It's not as common anymore. Nancy Biederman, New Boston. I'm here mostly for the schools and what happens in schools and protection of schools. We need biological sex to be defined, and it needs to be stated in law to protect these children in school. These children need to be protected. And I keep hearing people mention our state discrimination act and law. Sex is part of that law. And just because biological sex is a majority protected class does not mean that it's any less worthy than if somebody said another part of the Discrimination Act was a minority protected class. There's actually a case right now going to the Supreme Court on February 26th. They're going to be hearing it. Ames versus Ohio Department of Youth Services. And they are going to be bringing up that exact claim. Does a heterosexual woman, is her sex and her discrimination, does she need to prove more because she's a majority, because she's being discriminated against by a gay supervisor and fired? Does she need to be proved? Does it need to be proved more because she is a majority defined aspect of the Discrimination Act? The Supreme Court's going to decide that. And hopefully they will find out that if you are a protected class, it doesn't matter if you're a minority or majority, discrimination is discrimination. As far as in the schools, there have been a couple of court cases. The appeals court in different parts of the country have found that biological sex separation is allowed, including the 11th Court of Appeals in Adams and the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals in Etsy. And as I had said, sex-separated facilities are justified by the school's interest in protecting its students' bodily privacy. If you don't allow that, then we have sexual harassment that's going to happen. And I will say this, and I have said this before in testimony, you cannot change your biological sex. You cannot do it by surgery, you cannot do it by drugs, and you cannot do it by the clothes that you wear. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Go ahead, Senator. If you'll take your question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Your statement that you just made, you cannot change your biological sex. So are you saying that the transgender people that were here today are not transgendered people?
They can use whatever term they want, but they're not a biological man and they're not a biological woman. You cannot change your biology. You cannot change your chromosomes by surgery, by drugs, or by what you're wearing. Cannot happen. No matter how many promises they're made, how many times people have said it. We have multiple studies all over the world that have been done. We have the CAS review. We have multiple detransitioners that are coming out and saying, enough is enough. And this doesn't work. We were promised that all of our problems would be solved if we take this drug, if we wear these clothes, if we have this
Thank you for your
surgery.
testimony.
It doesn't happen. It's a lie.
Thank you. I think the Bovaers have gone. Jennifer and Annabelle? Don't see them. Rosemary Enrich? Just making sure I didn't miss anyone here. Pasha, you wanted to speak again, right? Okay, come on down.
Speak about it. Honorable Committee, thank you for having us here again. And I am Pasha Roberts. I am from Wilmette, New Hampshire, and I'm on the board of 603 Equality. I'm just going to speak against this Bill 38. And for the second time, I'm going to not talk about trans people. I'll give you a true story from a couple weeks ago where a friend of our family was in the grocery store. She is a completely normal woman that works there. She was wearing a baseball cap. She went into the women's room and she got accosted. A woman that was in there said, hey, you can't be here. They worked it out, but because she was wearing a baseball cap, they couldn't see her hair, and that was it. We live in a moment where there's a moral panic about trans people. Trans people are being demonized. There's all this other stuff that's going on in society is getting laid on top of them, all this fear. And this bill just fans the flames of it. This bill is going to make it worse. It puts teeth on it to mix metaphors. It emphasizes a bias against women who don't look like we think women look like. That is to say, they don't look like somebody from Baywatch. Or there's probably something more modern to reference. But, a lot of cisgendered women might be a little hairy. They might be a little bigger. They might have an angle of their jaw that's a little different. You look around, you look at somebody long enough, you can imagine them to be male or female anytime. I could do that with any of you. There's ethnicities that have more hair, or somebody maybe with short hair. There's a lot of ways, there's a lot of little secondary sex characteristics that make somebody look one way or the other. I mentioned PCOS, a medical condition. I live north, I live Upper Valley. All the women wear men's clothes. It's jeans and Carhartt all the way. Two, okay. So this will affect people across the Granite State. It makes cisgender women feel the hate that trans people get. And I will amplify what was said, just that you're asking about safety, indications of safety. The sponsoring Senator Avard said that he would enforce it if he saw a transgender person inside of a bathroom when his daughter is nearby. To me, that means violence. To me, I hear that as a threat. I'm going to stay out of that freaking bathroom until they are gone. That's a threat. That is a safety issue for me. That's it. It's a women's safety issue. In a sense, it causes violence against women that is purporting to protect.
Any questions? No, we're all set. Thank you, Pasha. Have a good night. Dr. Tanya Saigopan. Ian Wright Bansfield, I believe, is gone. Ty Thompson. Sam Hawkins. Oh, I didn't see you, Sam. How you doing?
Doing all right. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to be heard. I will be brief. Again, for the record, my name is Sam Hawkins. I'm representing NAMI, New Hampshire, in our opposition to Senate Bill 38. I spoke a lot about discrimination in the prior bill. I want to expand a little bit on the stigma piece. So in the justification that is often provided for similar policies to this bill, it is perpetuating a stigma, a myth that trans people are inherently a threat to privacy or safety. It is perpetuating a myth in saying that, and in doing so, it is essentially creating and acting on a unrebuttable presumption of harm. And this stigma, I really want to focus on the impact of this stigma. It's damaging not only in its message to the person that they are harmful or threatening, but I want to speak about the perspective we often see in stigma relating to mental health conditions is that it discourages people from seeking the mental health care they need. if we send this message, this stigma to our trans and non-binary neighbors, what are we holding them back from accessing? Are we discouraging them from seeking the help they need? Are we discouraging them from seeking the community supports they want and would thrive with? And I just want to close by saying we have a strong history here in New Hampshire of fiercely defending the rights and freedoms of our Granite Staters and coming together to support all of our communities. And I would like for us to continue to do that. And we ask that the committee please vote down this bill. Thank you very much.
I'm usually loud enough. I think it's Courtney Reed. I thought it was Courtney, and it is. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you, Senators, for taking the time and patiently getting through this hearing. Again, for the record, my name is Courtney Reed, and I serve as policy advocate with the ACLU of New Hampshire. Although both of these bills would really have the same material and experiential effect on the transgender, non-binary, gender non-conforming community, in my first testimony, I just wanted to prioritize those experiential concerns. But now that I have the opportunity to speak to you again, I will just walk through some of the legal concerns outlined in my written testimony that I gave to you earlier. That written testimony applies to both of these bills. You had heard in testimony a little bit about the Bostock ruling, how the Supreme Court interpreted sex discrimination to apply to cover someone's transgender status under Title VII, referring to employment. And, you know, I would consider that the ability to use facilities at someone's job is someone's civil right. You know, barring someone from using that, I think would also constitute a civil rights violation. And I wanted to add that for individuals that maybe feel uncomfortable, that Title VII also has reasonable religious accommodations for somebody who might protest using a facility or sharing a facility with someone who may be transgender or non-binary. But that does not mean that someone who is trans should be barred from using the appropriate facility. The Bostock ruling has influenced a lot of other areas of life that bleeds into Title IX. We've talked about this at length. We know that the U.S. District Court in New Hampshire, regarding the current state ban on transgender student athletes, in the injunctive relief noted. Sure, I'm happy to stop there. I do have a case I think is relevant to talk about with some of the concerns, but
I'll let you talk about it in a sec. Just walk me back through. So if I was to argue that it was a compelling state interest for women's privacy, would you say, and they gave an accommodation of a third bathroom, would that be acceptable, or would that not be legally acceptable?
Sure. Thank you for your question, Senator. I think this is actually a great segue into the case that I wanted to talk about, and I will send everyone a digital copy of my testimony, but I'm
going to give you another minute then if you'll summarize it.
Sure. In footnote 10, there's a case cited. It's Doe v. Boyerton. This is a 2018 case that went up to the Third Circuit. It originated when plaintiffs challenged an inclusive school policy rooted in privacy concerns, alleging that allowing a transgender individual to share a bathroom with cisgender students violated their privacy rights. This went to district court, and then it was appealed at the Third Circuit. And the Third Circuit noted that the district actually had a compelling interest shielding individuals, noting that nothing suggested that the students who were uncomfortable could not use a single stall. And the court also suggested that it would not be within the right of a reasonable person to not feel comfortable sharing these facilities. I'm happy to share more information about that with you over email. This case was appealed from the Third Circuit, and the Supreme Court declined to take it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. That case you were just discussing, I've not read it. So what I'm asking though, was there anywhere in that case that they discussed like the perhaps balancing? I mean, I understand that sometimes it's competing protected classes. You know, like a previous person said that someone's sex is a protected class as well. You know, religion, obviously. Did they discuss competing protected classes and perhaps they outweighed one more than the other?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Senator. I'm happy to reread the case and get back to you on like specific details of that, but I do want to underscore that the court prioritized the civil rights of transgender individuals, noting that they had a right to use the appropriate facility and that a prohibition rooted in privacy did not supersede that right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, thank you for taking my question. I'm struck by, excuse me, a lot of the arguments, and you brought up in this case that you're citing, a lot of arguments about the majority who are cisgender people feeling uncomfortable. And what about their rights? And I'm struck that have we not already been down this road when majority communities of white people said that they felt uncomfortable and unsafe sharing public facilities with Black people, and we already did this, did we not?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I would have to agree with you.
All set. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Jen Smith. David Trumbull. You're hanging in there to the end, Dave.
I'm trying to avoid going home and having to do my shoveling.
I knew my Marine's gonna hang until the end, but I didn't know you would.
You don't even look tired either.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm David Trumbull from Ware. I oppose this bill. It's got two negatives in it. It says that nothing shall make it unlawful to use biological sex as how you run your facility. So if you take out the two negatives, you could read it the other way and say it is now legal to discriminate against people who are either A, intersex, or B, trans. The law is factually incorrect. There are intersex people. You've heard testimony on that today. So right away, the key thing that this law does is not about jurisdiction at the Human Rights Commission. It's down there in Roman numeral 2 where it defines biological sex is only male and female. There's no recognition of intersex people. As for trans people, this law denies their existence. You just heard from a witness who said they don't exist. It's impossible. If you pass this law, you are now saying as a medical fact that transgender people do not exist. And I ask you, where's the medical evidence for that? How many doctors have come in here and testified that that is the case? Not one single person who is qualified to make that statement has testified to you. You would need to have overwhelming evidence to wipe out the legal existence of this many people in New Hampshire. You have received zero evidence to that effect. There's no way that you can really say you've done your job if you don't have the evidence to back up something that's going to take away the civil rights of an entire group of people. There's a lot of other things to say, but I think that's basically it. As for the Human Rights Commission, you're basically telling them if you pass this law, you can't do your job because you have to ignore science. You have to ignore the human rights of the people that you were set up to protect. The goal of this bill is clearly to deny the existence of trans people. Plain and simple, that's why it's there. That's the purpose of Roman numeral 2. Trans people don't exist. Don't do this to New Hampshire. We passed a law in 2018 that acknowledged they exist and protected their rights. Please don't wipe out all of that good work and make New Hampshire go down this path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Lisa Lee? And it was Lynn's, I forgot how to say your last name, I'm sorry if you're still here. Jakos? Jakous? Okay. Lisa Bowden, Council of Churches is gone. Oh, no, I got a couple left. Sarah Kelly. There you go. Thank you for your service, Sarah.
Thank you for your support. Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. My last testimony was more poetic. This one is going to be more data focused. Before I go into that, I'm going to point out 2 anecdotes. The first one is that we had somebody testify that they were here supporting on behalf of women that they will not be silent. I would like you to take into consideration the fact that the majority of the people who are speaking in opposition have been cisgender women. So women are speaking up. They're just not speaking up in the way that she did. Another anecdote that I would like to state, similar to some others that we have heard, when I was enlisted, when I was active duty, I had the misfortune of a bunch of Marines sitting around, shooting the shade. And one of them spoke out very boldly with his whole chest that if he had a transgender child, specifically, if his son came out to him as transgender, that he would kill him. With no uncertainty, multiple times he said, I would kill him. And as a sergeant, I had the, pardon my vernacular, the ability to say, shut the fuck up, we're not talking about that. We don't talk like that here. Now, to go on to the rest of my testimony, my written testimony. I'm Sarah Kelly, I live in Nashua, and I strongly oppose SB 38 on the grounds that it is not an act to the population. It is estimated that less than 0.5% of adults in sports identify as transgender, and even fewer than 0.2% of children based on these national averages. 0.3% of incarcerated people identify as transgender. Less than 7,000 out of 1.7 million New Hampshire residents identify as transgender. In contrast, nearly 35% of incarcerated transgender people will experience sexual violence, 50% more than incarcerated cisgender women, and triple that of incarcerated cisgender men. Nearly 50% of all transgender people will experience physical or verbal harassment in comparison to 35% of cisgender women and nearly 30% of cisgender men. 40% of transgender children will seriously consider or attempt suicide. 40%, twice that of the national average among children. This bill gives those who wish to harm transgender individuals even more power than they already have to enact violence and discrimination against one of our most vulnerable groups. This data paints a picture of who is really at risk and needs protection. I want you to take time to sit with these numbers and ask yourself what is more important to you: fulfilling your civic duty and protecting our community, or bowing to the mass hysteria that claims equal rights for everyone is a threat to the peace of our nation. And I have a small book here of that data that I have collected.
You
Any
could leave
questions?
them over there and they'll show it to us. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Danny Stewart, you here? Shelley Wilkins, you still here? Anyone else wishing to testify who hasn't got the opportunity here? Come on up, sir. Just tell us your name and where you're from.
Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Ryan Novo. I did sign in on a page earlier. Been here since 2:45.
Sorry to keep you.
Okay. Today, I am here in opposition of Senate Bill 38-FN, an act relative to state recognition of biological sex. The language of your proposed bill before us today is literally seeking to make it lawful to discriminate against a person or organization, whether those be public or private, based on sex or gender identity. You have manufactured a need to target and discriminate against how restrooms and locker rooms are constructed. You have manufactured a need to target and discriminate against how restrooms and locker rooms are maintained and operated. You have manufactured a need to target and discriminate against how people function in restrooms and locker rooms. You have manufactured a need to target and discriminate against New Hampshire citizens, your constituents, under the umbrella of athletic or sporting events or competitions. You have manufactured a need to target and allow for discrimination against institutions such as prisons, houses of correction, juvenile detention centers or commitment centers, mental health hospitals, or treatment centers. You have manufactured a need to target and discriminate against New Hampshire citizens, again, your constituents, should they be committed involuntarily to such aforementioned institutions. You have manufactured a need to only recognize biological sexes as male and female. Some speakers today, whether before me or if there's anybody speaking after me, are providing you all with testimony about how this impacts their lives directly, the lives of their loved ones, and the lives of friends and coworkers, and or the lives of those in their charge. And while I echo their sentiments, I wish to share a different take on this ludicrous, gutless, and most egregious bill. 13 of you Republican state senators sat in a room and decided that what the state of New Hampshire needs right now is a bill that builds upon prior legislation from this body that enacts and further promotes discriminatory laws and practices against one of the most marginalized of an already marginalized community. To which I ask, what is it with the incessant obsession with gender identity, and the genitals of others by those in this legislative body? And for what? To what end? You continuously attempt to create legislation based only on hypotheticals and unreal scenarios that have not and or do not exist, unless you are engineering them in a lab somewhere, unbeknownst to the rest of us. This rhetoric and bigotry are tired and lame. I also want to state for the record that I do not believe anyone in this chamber today is transphobic. Phobias are fears, and in this case, where you are deliberately targeting and attacking the beautiful and amazing transgender community, again, who are your constituents, the phobias belong to those who are in the community. They have fears of being targeted. They have fears of not having access to life-saving care. They fear that they are viewed as less than a whole person in the eyes of this body simply because you don't understand what it's like for them to live as their most authentic selves, as well as living up to their full potential. Your demeanor isn't transphobic, it's trans-odious because it's simply hateful. Based on this bill before us, you would have shared your concern that trans women using female restrooms is a real and valid concern when it is not. When you create and pass legislation like this, you are trying to tell the world that people who are transgender are somehow deviants and predators, when actually, if you put the predatory statistics of straight cisgender men next to any other group, the numbers are simply not in your favor. The concern should be with straight cisgender men because you know what they are capable of and what they have gotten away with. And let me be clear. I do not believe that all straight cisgender men are predators. I do not think the problematic few represent that of an entire subset of people. I do not know how we got here as a humanity, but linking these things together is shameful and ignorant. The trans community is not made up of predators. Predators are predators. And even if they preyed on individuals under the guise of a person who is trans, that is not the true nature of the transgender experience. As I worked on getting my thoughts onto paper, I couldn't help but wonder, does hearing from your constituents even make a difference to you? Are you even interested in hearing from all peoples, not just those who share your same narrow views? Are you listening to people fully without forming your own conclusion before you have all of the facts? The folks here today in opposition of this bill are passionate, kind, and empathetic people. They are also New Hampshire citizens, once more your constituents, and are contributing members to the success of New Hampshire. They pay their taxes. They and the people that they are here in support of today just want to live life as their authentic selves, to be treated with dignity and as equal citizens under the law. In closing, I consider good leaders to be informed leaders, having the facts, not hypotheticals. Therefore, being able to make informed decisions, I implore you to start having meaningful conversations with members of these communities, not in a vacuum, when considering bills that make everyone safe. I myself am not trans, but I do have trans friends and family who are, or that are non-binary. Please stop spreading lies, misinformation, and hatred, and for the love of humanity, stop with the obfuscation and hatred of the trans community or people who are just generally different than you. Thank you, and I hope that we all have the day that we deserve. I will not be taking questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else? We're all good? That'll end the hearing. What? Oh, okay. Grant, do you want to check the hallway? Make sure I didn't miss somebody? Nobody there? Okay. This ends the hearing. Thank you.